Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. And let us invite our honorable Prime Minister, Brigadier Super Mark Phillips. I forget the medication. I forget the medication.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only reason I'm walking with this medication because I have concern for the honorable members on the other side of the House. So if during my presentation or afterwards you need some relief, it's here. Mr. Speaker,
I was about to say thank you for walking with it. You reminded me to send for mine.
You might need it. Mr. Speaker, today I rise again in support of Budget 2026. And I say again because I rose many times before from 2020 to now supporting budgets that has transformed the lives of the people of Guyana.
As Prime Minister of Guyana.
Proudly, as the Prime Minister of Guyana, supported His Excellency, and of course, supporting our Senior Minister of Finance in the office of the President, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. And I must take the opportunity to compliment Dr. Singh for once again having a budget prepared that continues to keep us on the trajectory, one of development. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being presented on the 26th of January 2026 at a defining moment in our national life. Following the general and regional elections of September the 4th, 2025, the People's Progressive Party civic government returned to office, not with 33 seats, with 36 seats.
That's right. That's right.
The people of Guyana sent a message.
Clear message.
Loud and clear. We want the PPPC in government for the next 5 years to steer the ship of development in Guyana. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I sat, unfortunately I wasn't here for the first 2 days, but I heard the presentations from the opposition, the combined opposition. The smaller and smaller components of the opposition. And of course, the seat that is awarded based on the remainder theorem, enshrined in our laws, our electoral laws. Some say left-overs.
Left. The bon.
But then they will say a seat is a seat. Bombay.
That's right.
But you know, Mr. Speaker, before I go into the areas of development that falls within the ambit of the office of the Prime Minister, and you know, as the Prime Minister, this is a unique Prime Ministership. Harkens back to the time of Mr. Samuel Hoynes. He was a Prime Minister with responsibilities. And we had an interregnum, and we have decided to continue with the tradition.
Restore dignity to the Prime Minister.
Restore dignity to the Prime Minister's office. And responsibility. So even though I speak to you as Prime Minister, I still have to report on several areas, not only on the Prime Ministerial Secretariat, on disaster preparedness, on energy, on ICT connectivity, and on public communications and information in Guyana. Of course, I'm a member of the Defense Board too. And I'm ready to serve in any other capacity so directed by His Excellency, our President. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 or 3 matters that I want to clear before I move into discussing those areas of responsibility. And unfortunately, I would have expected the opposition leader or leader of the opposition to be present here. because that would be in the true fashion of a budget debate. Should not be one-sided. Both sides should be led by their appointed, constitutionally appointed leaders. Me being leader of government business and the leader of the opposition, unfortunately his chair is empty. So we start with an empty chair. After a lot of excitement, a lot of protests, to occupy that seat. And now the seat is empty, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to come to this House, in the absence of the leader of the opposition, I want to educate the members over there. If you're going to come to this House and you're going to criticize the policies, the projects, the programs of the government side, at least do some research. And be present. I know somebody complained that it's a lot of reading, but I used to be an instructor to staff school in the military. And whenever a student come to me and say, but you know, directing staff, it's a lot of reading. My response to that student was always, it's only a lot of reading if you do it all. Bit deep, right? It's only a lot of reading if you do it all. The reality is that if you want to pass, you have to do the readings.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
You have to spend the time and do the readings.
And government is actually real work. Not posing.
You, as opposition, is an important part of the governance structure of Guyana. And you as opposition, you are, I said you are.
She correcting grammar.
I said you are, I did.
He correcting grammar now.
I said no, I'm sorry. If I said that, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. You as opposition, you are an important part of governance. You have to keep us literally and figuratively on our feet. And you could only do that if you read. As somebody said before, leaders are readers.
Leaders are readers.
So now that you earn your seat
Leaders are readers.
on the side of the opposition, you have to do the reading. You have to do the readings. It will be a lot of readings. And you have to do it all if you're going to be effective here. So you don't just ask somebody to send a photograph. And in addition to reading, you have to do research. You have to go on the ground. The members on the depleting side of the opposition, they have a favorite term they always use, boots on the ground. You have to put on your boots and go on the ground. Not to come like the honorable member, Ms. Scarlett, and tell this House, but the lights off at K2. The lights in off at K2, the lights never went on at K2. You know why? Because we constructed the hydropower dam and we wiring the 32 buildings to take the current. We finish wiring 28 and tomorrow we will turn on the lights because the staff who has to man the facility 24/7, they went to let them for training. And including in the staff are 5 women. You should have pulled one of them aside and asked them. Don't come and mislead this House. Because if you're a member of a party that started on a lie, you have to end on a lie because you're led by lies and liars. Is that a lie?
Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable PM, it's not, but you're treading on the unparliamentary language.
Untruth, untruth, untruth. I replace lie with untruth. Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. I replace lie with untruth. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Sarah Bohali come to this house and introduce a new word, corruption. What is corruption? You are led by the poster child or poster boy of corruption. That is your leader. That is your leader, and that is poetic justice. You come to tell us one thing and it fly back right to your face. Because you are led by the poster boy of corruption. Are you going to shout, Mr. Speaker, again? Are you going to shout, Mr. Speaker? And when you have your next conversation with your leader, tell him that once you are blessed with life, there are two things that you cannot avoid: death and taxes. I say no more.
You just said it all there, please.
Don't come to this house as merchants of grief, trading on people's sentiments and sorrows. You come here with your emotional appeals, false crocodile tears. I could cry too, and I could wipe my eye. You talking about a hospital that since it opened every day treating hundreds of Guyanese free of charge, saving lives. And then they had a routine servicing of the roof and the guttering, and somebody failed to turn off the tap, right? Failed to turn off the pump when they check in the roof and the pumping system. Some water get on the ground, somebody picks and send it to you, right? And quickly they clean up the water, right? Mop up the place, fix the roof, fix the leaks, everything, and continue to serve people. You must not be a merchant of grief, a propagandist. Because if you keep telling yourself that over and over, everybody around you're going to believe in the lie. You're set. Don't come to this house and tell half-truths and untruths. Well, again, I corrected myself. Half-truths and untruths. Half-truths and out-truths.
Strangers to the truth.
You're strangers to the truth. If you started with half-truths and untruths, you will continue along that line. You continue along that line. You hear me? And you know, Mr. Speaker, come back to this thing about reading.
Read the list, PM. Read the list.
If you don't want to read, use the phone that is given to you as a member of the opposition. And Google. Use your phone and Google. And AI will give an overview of Guyana's budget. Just type in Guyana's budget 2020 to 2026. No, I'm trying to help you to understand, because I thought it was something difficult when we reading, but then I realized AI already captured it. Guyana's budget 2020 to 2026 reflect a shift from pandemic recovery and economic stabilization to rapid oil-driven infrastructure transformation and social development. Hold on, hear this one. Putting the people first. Focusing on massive infrastructure, investment, education, and strengthening household incomes. That is on AI. So if you didn't do the reading about AI, you would have been educated. Don't come to this house. The honorable member, Ms. Sweetnam, in our presentation, talk about Sweetnam, I stand corrected. Talk about lived reality. Live reality. I am 64 years old. I'll be 65. I'll be 65 this year. And I want to tell you about live reality in Guyana. And it's significant that this year we are celebrating our 60th anniversary of independence with a democratically elected government in place. Remember, in 1966, we had a democratically elected government in place. Hello. I was not taught in 66. I never said that. I was 5 years old. But I remember I did all the readings. Don't try to throw me off. 1966, we had a democratically elected government. Our level of education and development was surpassing the poor. Don't worry who we led by. We were led by Burnham, but he disappointed all of us, and I don't want to invoke his name here, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward to 1968. What has happened in Guyana from 1968 to 1992? She gotta walk. They can't handle the truth. Once you walk, it's because you can't. It's two things. Either you're going to use the bathroom or you can't handle the truth. He's going to use the bathroom. I said it. You either go to use the bathroom or you can't handle the truth. He's going to use the bathroom. 1966, independence under an democratically elected government. I ain't going to history. 1968, right through to 1985, electoral malpractices that kept a government illegally in office in this country and took this country downhill. You heard it from the previous presenter. At the end, by the time we took office in 1992, we were among the 3 poorest countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. You had Bolivia above us, then you had Guyana, and then you had Haiti. Comrades, and I know my dear friend, Dr. David Hines, Professor Hines, previously known as David Osborne before he earned his doctorate. You know, I want to take you down memory lane because you chose in your earlier life to be a member of the WPA, the Working People Alliance, and you sitting next to people whose leader that they glorify by calling his name just now referred to your group as the worst possible alternative. You remember that? Worst possible. You comfortable sitting next to them. As a little boy in Linden, when I was going to school, I had to cross the river in the boat. Charles Solomon don't know about this. He didn't burn yet. He burned after. And when you cross from the western side to the eastern side, behind the bus terminal, written there was "Reactionaries beware. The PNC will fight fire with fire and steel with steel." And I kept reading that every time I come over. And I decided to do further readings. And I saw that they also had other slogans aimed at the WPA, because the WPA was a pain in that side of the anatomy that I will not mention in this house of the PNC. You were advised to sign your wills. Yes or no? Dr. Hines, you were collectively advised to sign your wills. Let it sink in a little bit. They will understand. Don't worry the hecklers. Don't worry the hecklers. They should keep quiet and understand. Fight steel with highly tempered steel. No holds barred. That is what you, as a young activist in the WPA, you had to dance between the raindrops, because if any drop fell on you, you would not have been here with us. You would have suffered the same fate like your fellow members who was left lying in the promenade gardens with the weapons next to them. Do you remember that, Dr. Hines? Give me a nod if you remember. Give me a nod if you remember. Give me a... So they were revolutionaries too. They were revolutionaries too. You're a revolutionary, but you're on the wrong side of the house. Joshua Ramsamy, you name him. And for the young people here, don't let them fool you. You read about Venezuela. It happened in Guyana too. I was a youngster going to school, and I had to fetch water. Comrade Gale talk about fetching water. I had to fetch water, and my friends who had no gas stove, no kerosene stove, they had to gather wood and coals. So we had a PNC government that relegated us, in a biblical sense, to the fetchers of waters and hewers of wood. That's what the PNC did to us. Fetchers of waters and hewers of wood. When you go into the supermarket, and I used to go to a supermarket in Linden known as the Co-op Crescent Supermarket, used to be run by the government. Let me talk. Don't try to shout me out. There was nothing in the supermarket beyond rice and sugar, obviously, because it was grown in Guyana. Whenever they bring the supply of the other stuff, you had to line up, and it was rationed to you. And as a little boy, we like to play with names and abbreviation. So LFSB, as little boys, LFSB meant Linden, Forbes, Samson, Borum. But as little boys, our lived experience caused us to see LFSB. And we said it as little boys because we were innocent. Line up for soap and butter. That's what we did as little boys. Line up for soap and butter. That happened in this country. People had scurvy. Comrade Gale called another name. People had rickets, scurvy. You ever hear about Vansiram? You ever hear about rice flour bread? And after day 2 when you pull it so, there's some long slime. Berry. You can't stand up properly. White mouth. Are you coming telling us what people starving? Fast forward to another time, because y'all benefited from the democratic dividend that was ushered in the 1992 elections, and you were able to win an election in 2015, and you run this country from 2015 to 2020. We fast forwarding now. But before we go to fast forward, I talk about the supermarkets. They had, and you know they had this way, like many socialist countries, of finding some peculiar names for enterprises. Mr. Hines, Professor Hines, do you know or can you remember the Knowledge Sharing Institute? Can you remember the Knowledge Sharing Institute? Am I lying?
What KSI used to
KSI, they used to sell fish. And the honorable member talk about corruption. When you go there, you had to beg the guy who's selling not to give you basho only. Throw in some bangameri, throw in some butterfish. I am saying this because I want everybody here and the whole of Guyana to understand what took place in this country under the PNC. It started in 1968. And it continued until we took office in 1992. Comrades, I'm telling you this because those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. And many people enjoy the democracy in this country. They enjoy the social and economic gains in this country from 1992 to 2015. In fact, to 2011. So they get complacent and they decided to vote for y'all in. And y'all took them right back. Like the proverbial swine who returned to wallow in the mire. Y'all took this whole country right back to what obtained.
Go back to your slash budget.
What obtained in 1968, 1985.
They take away from you, you come.
Fast forward to 2020.
What you did in the army?
I did everything in the army, including leading the army. Including being the head of the army. You had to be talented to be selected as the head of the army. Unlike you. Comrades, 2020, we went to an election. The people said clearly with their votes that we don't want you. We give you 5 years and you failed. And you held on to office for 5 months. We recounted the votes and what we knew on closer business on the 3rd of March 2020 was finally declared as the official results of that election. The PPPC was returned to government. The PPPC returned to government at a time when people were starving again as a result of an APNU clouded, changing the name, but it's PNC. AFC government. The people were starving. We had COVID. We had COVID and we had the worst spate of management. In fact, it was a high level of mismanagement in this country at that time. You were trying to hold on to government. You were filling your pockets. You were spending without any budget that was legally authorized by this house. Because you could not have come to the house. You could not have come to the house. Right? Because you should have held the elections after the no confidence motion. You held on to power. And this country went down. All the markets were closed. You closed the markets. You closed the supermarkets. People were in their homes. Then, you know what? You know what? You continue to fool the people. The Honorable Member Sarabo talk about a hospital that was leaking. You took a hotel and you say you're going to convert it to an infectious disease hospital. You had inherit what? You had a commissioning activity and the media's there. You could ask them. After they had the ceremony, they cut the ribbon and they asked for a tour of the facilities. You said no, no tour. Because nothing was in there. Nothing was in there. We assume office on the 2nd of August 2020. And in less than 3 months, Dr. Frank Anthony and his staff had that hotel that hotel converted to a hospital, up and running, with gas, with specialists, with medication, and saving lives. That's what we did for these people of Guyana. And that's what I'm saying. Do not forget the past, because you're condemned to repeat it or to endure it. If you elect people, you forget the past and you elect people, you're condemned. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025 elections, 109,066 Guyanese voted for win. 77,998 Guyanese voted for the remnants, AP and UFC. Win got 16 seats, AP and you got 12, and the left. The person who got the largest among the leftovers got a seat. And you know what? We got 242,498 votes. But we made a promise to the people in our manifesto. We made a promise to the people in our manifesto that when the PPPC is in government, we manage for the improvement of all the people. We don't care who you voted for. We don't care who you voted for. We manage for all the people in the government. Comrade, listen and learn. If you're disabled, if you're old, if you're young, if you're unemployed, if you're underemployed, if you're a business owner, if you're a woman, you're a child, there is something in this budget for all of you. All of you. Comrades, that is not important. What is important is that you are on the other side of the house. And we will ensure that you don't starve, because we will ensure nobody in this country starve. And that's why we have the measures in that budget. Read it and read it again and again and again until you understand it. And when you understand it and you start believing it and see it being unfolded around you and start benefiting from all the programs and all the projects, by 2030, 2031, you will be voting for us on this side of the house. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about putting people first. Comrade, when you finish, I will continue. Mr. Speaker, given the above context, it is now my honor to demonstrate the developments and achievements across the core programmatic areas that fall under the auspices of the Office of the Prime Minister, and how they play into that vision. Power generation. You failed this country at power generation. You had no vision, and there was no growth. So you sat on what you were generating, and you felt that that was enough for Guyana. But after dealing with COVID and setting this country on a sound footing for economic takeoff, that's a new term, check it out. For economic takeoff. For economic takeoff. We have seen tremendous growth in the demand for power in our country, and we had to plan for it in the short, medium, and long term, something that you failed to do. Mr. Speaker, power generation sits at the center of our development agenda because it underpins productivity, competitiveness, and quality of life. Our approach, Mr. Speaker, combines investment in renewable energy with transformational projects such as the gas-to-energy project to deliver affordable, reliable, and accessible electricity to all Guyanese. And Mr. Speaker, this is directly aligned with our commitment to advancing the global goal of universal access to modern energy while reducing costs, strengthening energy security, and supporting sustainable economic expansion. I write to myself. Mr. Speaker, the gas-to-energy project remains the most consequential investment undertaken by this government and is aimed to transform Guyana's economic foundation. In 2025, the program moved firmly from planning into large-scale execution. At Wales, Phase 1 construction advanced materially under the EPC, and that is the Engineering, Procurement, and Construction Works Program. Approximately 67% of foundation piling was completed to date. More than 3,000 cubic meters of structural concrete were poured. All 4 turbines were transported and positioned on their foundations. Mr. Speaker, 6 power transformers are now in place at Wales, and the structural foundations for the 4 heat recovery steam generators were completed. This, Mr. Speaker, is a transformative project that will take Guyana into the future. We will have electricity from that project in the last quarter of 2026. 2026. Reliable and low-cost electricity, enabling heavy manufacturing, anchoring Wales development zone, and it will attract local and foreign investors. That, Mr. Speaker, will have a tremendous industrial and economic impact here in Guyana. More stable electricity supply, that's how it will affect you. Low energy costs over time. New job skills. New jobs and skills training. Stronger local industries. More affordable food and goods. As part of the project, Phase 1, we have Phase 2. And Phase 2 will see an advancement in terms of the procurement process this year. But definitely, it is on target for completion by 2030. And Phase 2, we will have the fertilizer plant, which will lower food costs in Guyana, a gas bottling plant, low cost of cooking gas in Guyana, a glass factory, the construction and export of glass from Guyana, data center, important for us here in Guyana, will be established to support our digital economy and the NGL export for revenue generation. Mr. Speaker, comrade, just listen and learn. Listen and learn. Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, the Guyana Energy Agency has played a central role in advancing our government's commitment to affordable, reliable, and renewable energy. particularly for hinterland and riverine communities. Between 2020 and 2025, we have invested as a government $25.4 billion in renewable energy interventions. Over that period, we've installed renewable energy in many locations of Guyana, and we've expanded the capacity from 5.35 megawatts to 37.23 megawatts, while more than 4,500 jobs were created across construction, installation, operations, and maintenance. 2026, we will install 21 new solar photovoltaic mini grids in Guyana. We will upgrade 11, coming to you. We will upgrade 11 solar photovoltaics PV mini grids in Guyana. We will construct a 3 megawatt solar PV plant at the Chedi Jagan International Airport. And we have a project that is ongoing with the World Bank, where we will implement Caribbean efficient and green energy building projects, putting solar PV system on over 250 buildings here in Guyana.
Honorable PM, I have the authority to give you 5 minutes to wrap up.
PM, take an hour of my time.
Mr. Speaker,
Take an hour of my time here. With the Speaker's permission.
Mr. Speaker, this upgrade of an installation of solar PV systems will benefit many of our hinterland communities. Over 12,300 persons will benefit, and villages like Baramita, Sibai, Karaburi, Kwebana, Akawini, Yarakita, St. Monica and Wakapau, Orial and Separuta, and Cradorao, all will benefit from these projects.
Listen, La Cruz, listen. Pay attention. Pay attention.
The 21 new solar PV mini grids will be installed in regions 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Listen, Girata, listen.
And Mr. Speaker, I want to add that at Linden, we are constructing a 15 megawatt solar PV farm for the people of Linden. And we have been able to encourage a private sector investment from both sides, who will also construct a 10 megawatt PV farm in Linden. Linden will get a combine of 25 megawatts of renewable energy by the end of 2026.
Excellent, PM. Excellent.
More than any other tongue, more than any other region in Guyana. That is what will happen to Linden. Mr. Speaker, they like to talk about NDMA and Wi-Fi and what they did. My lived experience, Mr. Speaker, my lived experience, honorable member over there, I'm using your term, my lived experience. Prior to 2020, when I was campaigning in the hinterland, every location I went to, I asked a simple question: are you connected to the internet? They said, oh, we got a Wi-Fi. And I tried to connect. I spent on the average of 2 hours holding political meetings and visiting people. And when I'm ready to leave, I check my phone again. It still has connecting. Today, 253 villages in the hinterland of our country 100% connected. Villages and satellite villages. Go to any one of them and go to the ICT hut or go to where the Wi-Fi GY is and you will get on the internet. Thanks to the PPPC government. That's what we did. I don't have the time to give all the details as to how we did it. However, Mr. Speaker, 96% of all our schools are now connected to Wi-Fi GY. In 2020, 23% was connected. Today, 96% connected. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, 10% of our health centers and hospitals were connected to the internet. Today, 88% are connected. Mr. Speaker, 7% of our police stations were connected in 2020. Today, 69% of our police stations and all our stations in the hinterland are connected. Mr. Speaker, our prison, and no surprise, 100% connection. You had about 60%, 100. Our fire stations, 100% connected. Mr. Speaker, this is progress. And this is what the people of Guyana has been looking forward to a long time. And they've enjoyed and benefit from 5 years of progress, 2020 to 2025. And it's no surprise that they elected us with a great majority because they're looking forward with great expectations for another 5 years of development, which we will deliver. This is just the first installment. This is just the first installment of the second phase of development for the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we could build all the infrastructure, but if we are to move forward into this information age, we have to spend time and money on training our people. And we have established an industry and innovation unit out of the office of the Prime Minister. And that unit will be busy again this year, training our people, not only on the coastline, but in the hinterland, training our public servants, training the trainers, who when they come, they will go back to their villages and train the people in their villages. We're spending more money doing that training. We're spending more money on competitions because we recognize that in this digitalized world, we have to build the capacity. We have to spend money on upskilling our people. Another important project before I go, Mr. Speaker, there was a project known as Hinterland Poor and Remote Communities ICT Connectivity Project. That was set up, quite rightly said by Mr. Sharma, it was set up by the APNU, AFC government. I assumed office on the 2nd of August, and I called the project leader, and I asked him some questions, and he kept avoiding me, and I decided I want to do a field visit. Let's go and see the equipment.
What did you find?
I find several containers parked in a hotel on the East Bank with the equipment. And then when I tell him to open those containers, overnight he moved it. He converted a supermarket in Diamond to a storage barn for the equipment. Mr. Speaker, we arrested that situation. We restaffed that facility and that unit. And today, I want to report to this House that we have constructed 172 ICT huts throughout the hinterland and the coastal and riverine areas of Guyana. We have another 18 under construction, and by the end of this year, we will satisfy the requirement for that project with the final construction and commissioning of all 200 ICT huts. And we have trained over 2,000 young people, not so young people, women, to manage those huts, to deal with the repairs for those huts, Mr. Speaker, they don't want me to talk.
They don't want you to talk.
They don't want to hear progress.
You keep telling us.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful for the time you're giving me to finish. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. The digital identity card is up and running. It is issued under the authority of the Digital Identity Card Act number 19 of 2023. You just said no legislation. You just said no legislation. While we have adopted a phased approach, listen and learn. While we have adopted a phased approach to implementation, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this process is governed by law. The current pilot phase is strictly voluntary. Mr. Duncan, strictly voluntary, ensuring no citizen is compelled before the full commencement of the act. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, it is appropriate to note that the data being captured is that which has already been legally provided to other state registries, GRA, GRO, and immigration. This is simply a consolidation of existing legal records into a more secure format. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, with the appointment of the Data Protection Commissioner on January the 2nd, we have established the independent oversight necessary to ensure that every byte of data collected meets the highest international standards of privacy and security. And very soon, very shortly, I will issue the commencement order.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Mr. Speaker, disaster management and disaster preparedness is important for any country. If you're talking about development, you have to plan for disasters, because a disaster or a complex emergency that you have to deal with disrupts the development process. And Mr. Speaker, as the minister responsible for disaster preparedness, I am thankful for this budget that will provide $73 billion to ensure all of us are safe in Guyana, and to ensure we have the early warning and all the contingency plans in place to secure a Guyana that is developing and transforming at an accelerated rate. Mr. Speaker, you know, I would like again to commend Dr. Ashdi Kumar Singh, the Director of Budget, Ms. Sonia Rukdat, and all the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance for another stellar performance in crafting and delivering a budget of 2026 that put the people first in this country, that put all the people first in this country. The people who voted for the opposition, the people who voted this government in the office, the people who refused to vote or for some reason could not have voted, all the people in Guyana will benefit from this budget. Putting the people first. Aptly named. Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me beyond the time. I have more information that I will gladly impart to the honorable members. They're very receptive, at least this side. The larger of the opposition, they're very receptive to what I'm saying. And but I have to leave now. Next week we have the estimates, and you could come with some questions. Linden will continue to develop without you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very, very much. The next speaker His Excellency Dr. Bharat Jagdeo. His Excellency Dr. Bharat Jagdeo. Gail.
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that the Vice President will not will not be here to speak. So I believe his time can go to the, additional time go to the Minister of Finance when he's closing.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable, just before we start, I'd ask we give a message to a young lady, but she's not permitted. 3 violations she has. Shut up.
We'll wait till then. Good.
Respect the boss is here.
Honorable members, our next speaker is the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Member, Mr. Guyana Mohhammed. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, your time will start now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as the leader of the newest political movement, We Invest in Nationhood, which was established on Independence Day of 2025, and in a mere 3 months was able to disrupt the political landscape of Guyana. Despite the name calling, sanction man, gold smuggler, international fugitive, despite the delay, resistance, and every effort to keep me out, I am standing tall and strong.
Yes!
And as the youngest leader of the opposition, because over 109,000 voters believe in me and my MPs. They chose hope over fear and gave win a chance. I thank our supporters who therein bestowed on me this opportunity to scrutinize the largest budget ever in the history of Guyana, putting people last.
Yes!
And in this vein, I want to remind the members on the opposite side that Guyana's parliament does not belong to you. It belongs to the people. Mr. Honorable Nandalal, I want you to let the nation know about the extradition request. The extradition request that came here on the 26th of November.
Right.
That is transparency and accountability.
Right!
That is transparency and accountability. There is an extradition request since November, and up to now, we cannot charge and bring these persons. I hope you're in trouble them law books over there now. I hope you're in trouble those law books over there.
Right. Let's go.
I want you to know that you could never be a presidential candidate for the PPP. Never.
It's okay to dream.
Today, in this honorable house, I am conscious of the weight of the moment, conscious of the expectations of the Guyanese people, and conscious of the responsibility that comes in responding to a national budget of this magnitude. Let me from the onset say thank you to the hard-working public servants of the different ministries. Although nothing is in the budget for the public servants, absolutely nothing. Even your guards out there, no increase for them. That is the heart you got for the Guyanese people, Honorable Nandalal. Of course, I know the numbers more than you. I want to know how much is in the budget to pay all the lawyers, the prosecution team. We need to know that. Concerning the sanctions, the PPP influenced the sanctions. Before the sanctions, no, the country must know. I want to answer this. The country must know. Before the sanctions, your leaders told me that if I don't release a statement that I won't be running for office, things gonna happen. And indeed it happened. We need justice for Crummy Wing. What about justice for Crummy Wing? Mr. Speaker, let me make this clear. The size of the budget does not impress us on this side. Not at all. Does not impress us. Perhaps the honorable member, Ashley Singh, can draw comparisons to the nation and size versus substance. Julius. And while he can present for 20 minutes short of 7 hours, this much he won't be able to do. Right. Because this budget lacks substance. Putting people last. This week, I listened to PPP members heavily focus on personal attacks on opposition members and very little on their respective portfolios.
Say it again! Say it again! Say it again!
The government presents this budget with much pride and chatter about its size. You're right. I think we get a lot of headache under this government. A lot of headache under this government. All week speakers from the government boast about their $1,558 billion budget. Yes. With assurance to the nation that the budget is financed entirely with no new taxes. Right. But I want to caution those honorable members who are out of touch with the realities of the ordinary citizens.
All the time.
That size
All the time.
is not a measure of success. This year's budget represents a 12.7% increase from last year's budget and is 5 times larger than the PPP's first national budget in 2021.
Exactly. Size don't matter for you,
Every year, they come to this house with historic groundbreaking numbers. But where is this money going, Mr. Speaker?
Right.
And who really benefits?
To Florida. Money in Florida.
A budget should be judged not by how much is spent, but how smartly it is spent.
Right.
And how the people benefited.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, the first duty of this House is to therefore look behind the glossy, catchy headlines and ask tough questions. Who are the revenue streams carrying in this unprecedented level of expenditure? How much of this budget flows from oil revenue? A responsible nation plan must be built on stable foundations, not on hope that the world market will always be kind to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ashley Singh told this noble House that the economy is projected to grow 16.2% overall, and the non-oil economy will expand by 10.8%. These are impressive numbers. They look good on paper, but they do not help a mother who stands in the market and finds that the salary she earned this month buys less than it did last month. Ask me how I know, honorable members. It is because I have been on the ground.
Right.
I have traveled the length and breadth of this country.
Right. Right. Yeah, but you
And I have reached into my own pockets on numerous occasions to help many people when the government failed them.
Oh my God. Continue, sir. You're doing a fantastic.
Honorable Gail Teixeira, you're present?
Right.
Why are you finding out about the little $298,770 monthly? I had a lot of respect for you, Honorable Teixeira.
Right.
But don't worry, every month I will donate some money to you for cigarettes. Don't worry.
You continue, nobody won't disrespectful.
I listened to your speech. How you can lie and say,
Right.
sorry, can't use those words.
Mr. Speaker, did I hear a word that's unparliamentary?
Dishonest. Withdraw. I withdraw that.
You better had. Thank you.
Yes. You mentioned 98%.
Honorable member, both words are unparliamentary, but more particularly for me is the imputation.
Guided. You mentioned 98% of Guyanese receiving water, potable water. 98%.
Excellent.
Is that true?
Right. Continue, sir. Don't let the pedophiles distract you.
No one can distract me. I went through the worst under the People's Progressive Party.
Right.
And that is why I will ensure, by the blessings of Almighty God, I work every single day for the people of this country, for the voiceless, the oppressed, to get you out of power 2031.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
gotta go.
So I ask, are these projections realistic for ordinary citizens facing high cost of living? At a time when the recent IDB stats, I know you don't like to hear the stats, 58% of Guyanese living in poverty and 32% in abject poverty.
Right. The thief in all this.
Where in these figures do we see betterment for the single parent, the teacher, the cane cutters, the fishermen, the pensioner, our indigenous people? The Honorable Sarah Brung is here. Please do better for the indigenous people.
Yes.
Please do better for them.
Right.
Because we will be on your backs every day to ensure that you better the lives of the indigenous people.
That's why me back to
Growth that is felt only in boardrooms and government reports is not growth. Those connected to the PPP are the only ones seemingly happy.
sad reality.
And even they are tired of the dishonesty. They are in my inbox complaining every day. Every day they're giving me information as it relates to corruption. Corruption. Our priority should be the poor people. Our priority should be the poor people in this country. We're going to address that very soon, very shortly. We're going to address that very soon, very shortly. If the PPP was so keen as it relates to this $191 billion they are claiming taxes why they dropped the charges. Why did they drop the charges? Kwame, Honorable Kwame, back in 2018, when I used to bankroll the PPP, your leader told me don't leave the money with Kwame. He told me don't leave the money with Honorable Kwame. Mr. Speaker, the government wants the nation to believe that because the budget is the largest in our history, it will automatically produce the best outcomes. But bigger budgets do not equal better lives. Ask the farmers, the youths, or better yet, speak to the auxiliary staff in the ministries. A family can double its spending and still fall deeper into debt if priorities are wrong. A country can triple its expenditure and still leave its people struggling if those monies are not properly spent. Do the salaries of our frontline workers and public servants increase relative to the rising cost of living?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to go back to standing order.
Honorable Member, Mr. Shearer.
Yes, thank you, sir. 38.6. A member shall not read his or her speech except with the leave of the Speaker, but he or she may read excerpts from books or papers in support of his or her arguments and may refresh his or her memory by reference to notes. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for you. This has been raised several times in the House. I'm raising it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you heard the point that the Honorable Minister raised. Continue.
Thank you, sir. I saw the high fluck man in Belize reading his speech. I saw him reading his speech.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I think everyone know who you're trying to talk about. Please. Please.
Okay.
Right. Liberation isn't a problem.
We must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, how callous are the members on the opposite side of the House to stand bold-faced in this chamber and present the biggest budget in the history of this country, while more than half of Guyana lives in poverty. And there is little to nothing to cushion the cost of living or to ensure that the people of this country can live better lives. If parents must still choose between medicine and school supplies, then the size of this budget is an empty boast.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, as Nelson Mandela reminded the world, a nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones.
Right.
Let that be the standard by which this budget and the PPP government are judged. The opposition does not oppose development.
Mr. Speaker, 38.6 again. The honourable member is making no attempt to not read his speech. He's a politician who has won elections. He said that he won 109,000 votes. Mr. Speaker, the Erskine Mayors.
Mr. Speaker, just give me a second, please. 38.6 says, a member shall not read his... Can I come in?
Honorable Chief Whip for the opposition, I think I'm well, and while I might be the slowest person in the room, I wouldn't mind some lessons from you in interpretation. Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, sir. And let me remind the members of this assembly that everybody had a first time. Honorable Teixeira, who rose and stand in order 38-6 during our first speaker's presentation. Even she had a first time. Mr. Speaker, you stood in this house once.
I want to remind the honourable members, he said he's new on the job, he's a new kid in the block, that under Derek Jagan, as Speaker of the House, we were not allowed to read our speeches.
Honorable Minister Teixeira, you and I know the rules well. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you were speaking about the Speaker's first experience?
No, sir.
You were saying about my first experience?
No, what I mentioned is even you had a first time. We all had a first time. Yeah.
Except my first time, I think I ad-libbed.
Very nice. I like that.
Yes.
I like that. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, permit me a brief personal reflection. 36-year-old Stacey Ann Rossum and her two teenage sons from Moko were promised assistance from the very members right in here. 3 honorable members promised to assist her building a home. She waited for months. She's differently able, and I'm happy to know that I delivered and built a house for her. Although we have $900 million in the budget for the Men on Mission program, we got to ensure that these monies are spent to uplift the lives of the people.
Someone take note, take note.
Continue, we go and we got time.
That said, when I stand in this assembly, understand that I'm not here to criticize without solutions. I am first a humanitarian before I'm a politician. I am first a humanitarian before a politician. I am not here for the position, the title, the ranks, to sit in the Land Cruisers, right? To live the big boy lifestyle. I lived it and I know of it. I lived it and I know of it. And it is from these real stories, Mr. Speaker, from standing face to face with real people and real hardships, that I can confidently say this budget does not benefit the people. What this budget is designed to do is to have big numbers on paper, and then in dark rooms, billions of dollars are siphoned off for kickbacks. Ask Zulfikar, Susan, Vikram, or Batilayan. No, I'm referring to them. Yeah. This is why every single day, with the strength of Almighty God, I will ensure that we highlight, expose, and scrutinize public spending. We will pay attention to how taxpayers' dollars are spent. And come next elections, you will be out of office. Mr. Speaker, when the members on the opposite side of the House announce another historical budget, I hope that this budget would have been a turning point from dependence and poverty to empowerment. This is not putting people first, this is putting people last. On these fronts, this budget falls short painfully. I listened today Honorable Mark Phillips,
No, that was painful. That's painful.
you're failing us big time with GPL. Every day blackout. Every day blackout. Just now when Region 6 residents call and said blackout, while you were speaking.
Lucky them.
Despite $40-something billion a year for the power ships, for the rental every month and the fuel, $40-something billion. When those power ships decide to leave, what happened?
Oh my God, we done with. We done with.
You promised 50% slash in the light bills for last year up to now. No decrease in the light bill.
Right.
Coming to another year.
Honorable Vikram, remember in 2020, we talk less story because you guys get excited when I hear about gold.
Right, excitement.
Remember in 2020, you didn't know how much pennyweights make an ounce? Remember you didn't even know the gold price and how to find the price? But I know there's a first time for everything, sir. I know there's a first time for everything.
So how we know about it? Right.
We get a lot of reports in Marudi.
Right.
The name, I think the name Rodrigo. You got to look into that, Honorable Vikram.
Right.
I know the name rings a bell to you.
Let's go. Let's go. We doing this.
Licensed gold dealership for 2025 declined steeply by 21.5% to 121,000 ounces. But when I was in the business, the declarations were higher.
Right.
Where is the gold going, Honorable Vikram?
Where is it going?
Where is the gold going?
Right.
An average of $2 billion leaking out of our banking system,
Right.
causing a heavy rate. Right now, if you go to the banks,
Right.
if you go to any one of the banks, you can't get US.
Don't listen to them.
And the Honorable Ashley knows very well what I'm speaking about.
Right.
If you go to the banks for 20,000 wire transfer, you gotta wait 2-3 weeks.
Right.
But when I was in operation, the banks would call me midnight to ensure they get a couple million US for the next day.
Right.
So that is why we are facing a heavy increase as it relates to the cost of living in Guyana. But they won't tell the honorable members in here about this or the people. They won't mention this. And this is affecting the people big time in this country.
Right.
You don't worry about that, sir. Tens of billions you mentioned spent on roads. And look at the condition of the roads.
Right.
I would highlight it every week.
Right.
But we know where the money going.
Right.
When the contractors receive their payment, they're not doing nothing, no job as it relates to maintenance of the roads.
That is it. You continue, sir.
Elections time,
They don't want the truth.
prior to the elections, you went and meet all these small miners. You give them engines, you give them tarpaulins, you give them pumps. And on the other hand, you shut down all the small miners.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the small miners are the lifeline and the backbone of this mining economy. We need the small miners.
We do.
The gold price is $5,000 an ounce. Right? You check if $2 billion is coming back to the system. Y'all withdraw $2.4 billion from the NRF. Just imagine $2 billion leaking out the system. And you guys are turning a blind eye.
Right. God help poor people.
I know very well about the gold business.
Exactly.
And from 2015 to 2020,
Right.
From 2015 to 2020, the PPP benefited the most from my business. I could recall a story. Back in 2019, 2020, a senior person on this side in government called me and they mentioned, I want you to release a statement that you're not providing security for the big boys in the PPP. I said I can't do that. I said I can't do that. That man is my brother and I won't do that.
Oh my God.
Do you know that the APNU never victimized me for that, although they were in power? Never victimized me for that. And I told them straight. I told them straight, that man is my brother. I assisted both parties as a businessman, but I cannot do that.
Right.
Honorable members on this side, victimizing everyone that is supporting the Win party. Look just recently on the highway.
Yes.
Just recently on the highway, a lady went for a house lot. And they told her that she's a Win supporter, she cannot get it. But I want to thank the Honorable Colin Cole. I think he looked into the matter and everything was sorted.
Right.
Yes.
That is it.
Was your friend, sir? Your friend.
Right.
Mr. McCoy, please have some decorum in this house. What is the heavy hatred about?
Continue, sir. We love it. Let's go. Let's go.
Honorable Vikram, I would like you to make lands available for the small miners.
Yes.
Viable lands. Ensure you focus on the small miners.
Right.
You seize all the lands.
Right.
Tell the people, you seize all my mining lands.
Right. So we
You seize all the mining lands. The gunmen are terrorizing the small gold miners. We got to ensure the minister, Honorable Onich, we need to put systems in place as it relates to security for our small miners. Mr. Speaker, turning our attention to oil and gas. Honorable Vikram told this assembly that oil and gas have propelled development. Oil and gas are a catalyst for developing other sectors. Guyana produces 920,000 barrels of oil every day. Record numbers. And more than half of the country live in poverty. We were told by the Honorable Minister that the oil revenue is managed by parliamentary oversight. But how are we going to be parliamentary oversight when you guys controlling everything? Is that transparency and accountability? The minister claims oil revenues are protected because Parliament approves withdrawals from the NRF. But parliamentary approval under a government with a built-in majority is no oversight. No oversight.
All right, let's go.
Real oversight requires transparent audits done by internationally recognized firms.
Right.
Not reports filtered through the same government withdrawing and spending the money like there is no tomorrow. At present, the same executive that requests the money controls the vote, the agencies, and the reporting system.
It is madness. That is madness. Where is the transparency?
Honorable Teixeira, we had one of the biggest business in this country, right? Where all the banks depended on me for foreign currency, and also your party too. So have some respect. I don't know what is this. What is the problem with her?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Speaker, we are generating revenues that previous generations could only imagine. Yet this budget treats oil wealth as routine income, not as a transformational opportunity. Wynne made it clear oil wealth must be renegotiated, restructured, and redirected for across-the-board national benefit. This budget does none of that. There is no commitment to revisiting unfair contracts. There is no clear strategy to protect future generations from the volatility of oil dependency. Mr. Speaker, oil money spent without reform is oil money wasted, and we see that from the poor quality infrastructure. This government is heavily invested in new schools, hospitals, and roads with alarming structural defects mere months after completion. But we know why they like these big infrastructural projects. We know why. Oversight must be judged by outcomes. A country earning billions should not have communities begging for basic services. The EITI that the Honorable Vikram Bharat boasts about, at the end of the day, there is no transparency and accountability there, because all the records you have to submit to the EITI. The extractive industries, yes. Extractive Industries Transparency Institute. Yeah.
You learned something there, lad.
Many resource-rich countries are EITI members and still suffer massive exploitation, and Guyana must guard against such. The minister boasted about transparency in the oil and gas sector, but could the minister tell us what the final cost of the gas-to-energy project is, and why they secretly settle a dispute with the contractor without telling the nation what that cost is? Where is the report for the third audit of ExxonMobil? That audit reviewed over US $19.6 billion in expenses that Guyana must pay. Yet it is being hidden from Guyanese. Where are the quarterly updates and the field development plan? The VP wants us to believe that the reports were published. But when we found out differently, he then said that it doesn't need to be published public, because the Guyanese people won't understand to read it. But I know how to read it, and I will read it and analyze it for the Guyanese people. The current system allows the government to decide NRF withdrawals, the same government to control information flow, the same government appoints key oversight officials. This concentration of power is exactly what oil-producing nations are warned to avoid. Guyana cannot risk repeating the resources wealth for a select few and crumbs for the majority of citizens. Let me offer some solutions, because they are quick to say we criticize without having any solutions. Mr. Speaker, here is what real oversight would look like for the approximately 3.25 billion USD sitting in the NRF. Forensic audits published in full. A truly independent NRF board with opposition and civil society nominees. Re-establish a petroleum unit with specialists to provide oversight on the FPSOs 24/7. We want to hear about one man from Natural Resource, a man from GRA, one from the Bureau of Standards. We want a 24/7 service, fully monitored.
Right, correct.
Additionally, many of the offshore workers on the 4 FPSOs are being unfairly treated. And if they dare speak up, they get transferred or knocked off. Yet you stand in this assembly to clap for yourself on the oversight you give to the natural resources sector. The young PPP minister, the Honorable Kioma, who was ballsy enough to address Wynne with disparaging remarks on bank accounts, gloating in the victimization of his master through prepared PPP rhetoric. Honorable, the same bank accounts the fellow members benefited so much from them.
They'll get paid. Oh my God. Guyanese that they talking about.
Mr. Speaker, the PPP ministers would be happy to tell this assembly that over 1,200 Guyanese businesses are covered by the Local Content Act. How much belongs to those same PPP members?
That's the thing, man. That's the thing, sir. That's the thing, sir.
We got to see how much the shell companies do. Mr. Speaker, there are many gaps between what was presented and the realities on the ground.
Right.
Let us turn our attention to social services. Allow me to amplify the voice of my colleague, Honorable Natasha. Mr. Speaker, this budget glorifies social services as world-class through big spending without sensible reform. We propose in our manifesto an increase in pensions, an increase in children's cash grants, and modern and improved hostels. We propose to build care homes, special needs centers, and child care facilities. Not like the overpriced $94 million flat building at Anna Katrina. But I'm happy since I visited there, the building is finally open for the public. Big fanfare, fancy headlines, ribbon cutting ceremonies before the elections, and yet that building was there for months. But our people, they are benefiting from the building now.
Right. Thank God. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because of it. Thank you. Let's go.
They boast about having housing programs. Well, housing must be treated as an extension of good social services. Housing and a livable wage are all inseparable. Housing without affordability cannot provide shelter. I could tell you a thing or two in this regard. I have built many homes out of my pocket. Mr. Speaker, we the members of WIN believe that this budget has plenty of words and big numbers with heavy misguided spending so that the elites on Robb Street could get wealthier. Against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, here's what a winning budget would have done. Increase salaries for public servants. Cut the cost of living by employing several measures, even if temporary, while we await the major projects to offer more fixed relief. Measures like offering subsidies on electricity, Honorable Phillips, on water across the board, setting up food banks, even if it's to offer rice, flour, oil, and sugar to the poor and needy, reducing VAT, and started a nationwide kitchen and community garden project. These are measures that should help one to understand the plight of the people and what is needed to ensure you put the people first. This and more could have been included in this budget. What we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is to invest directly in people, not just projects. Many people still cannot afford food, rent, transport, and utilities with salaries alone. If a pensioner still depends on family remittances or informal work after an increase, that is not major relief. It is survival support. In 2023, we had 73,000 pensioners, and I'm using numbers presented to this House by the Honorable Ashni Singh. In 2024, we had 76,000 pensioners, an increase of 3,000. And in 2025, just over 76,000 pensioners. No fixed number on the increase, but in this year's budget, Honorable Ashni Singh said we have approximately 95,000 pensioners. Where did we find these new 19,000 pensioners? Are we therefore implying that in the year 1961, 19,000 Guyanese were born? One must question if these numbers are accurate and where the money is going.
Right.
Can you live on the 46,000, Honorable Phillips? You said you're one of them. Can you live on $46,000 a month, sir? Mr. Speaker, while the PPP government spent approximately $4.245 trillion from 2021 to 2025, $4,245 billion spent from 2021 to 2025. How did it uplift the lives of the people? Pensioners received a pittance of approximately $4,100 per year. And this year, the PPP comes to this house asking us to support a meager $5,000 for our pensioners.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Is that putting people first?
Listen, it's 5,000 increase.
Let's go.
5,000.
Let's go.
One Dixie, $160.
I could recall in Mashabo, Region 2, I built a house for the oldest citizen ever in this country, 115 years of age. Right? When her family sent me the pictures, how she used to live before, in deplorable, inhumane conditions. But after all, this is the uncaring government we have to deal with, the PPPC. These are things that the PPP should look into to better the lives of the people of this country, especially our centenarians. I visited so much of recent, and they all complain that it's hard to survive on $41,000 a month. What is required, Mr. Speaker, is a different vision for Guyana. But some of the honorable members are visionless. This budget supports inequality, it fuels frustration, and it does not meet our expectations. We on this side of the House and thousands of WIN, APNU, and even PPP members refuse to support this hardship. Guyana deserves a future where prosperity is shared, not promised on if the people behave well.
Shots fired.
Not like the Eccles rally. If you behave well, you're going to get this cash grant. Trick the entire country. But come 2031, this is not going to happen again. Mr. Speaker, Guyana deserves a present and future where dignity is guaranteed, not negotiated. Mr. Speaker, the interest of the members on this side of the House is to serve the people, not to lord over them, but to serve them. And we will continue to demand a budget that does the same. There is little evidence that the 2025 social services measures provided any transformation relief to citizens.
When I tell you,
Especially when you pay a visit to the Palms or the Amerindian Hostel. I visited, so I know. They act like the realities elude them. Mr. Speaker, let the honorable members address the declining birth rate in the country. Fewer women are making babies in Guyana, with 2025 recording the lowest birth rate in years. Despite the introduction of the newborn 100,000 cash grant that takes months, and their leader stood right here and promised the mothers that they would receive it before they leave the hospital. I asked a few women, why? The same song reverberates. The cost of living is too high. You can't raise children comfortably in this economy with no proper social safety net. Budget 2026 expanded spending in some areas, but by how much? These social services barely increased under the PPP administration. Pension increased by a meager 5,000. WIN proposed an increase in pension to 100,000. Public assistance went up from 22,000 to 25,000. WIN proposed an increase in public assistance to 50,000. From 2021 to 2025, the PPP only increased public assistance by $9,000. How can our differently able people survive? Increases were not indexed against inflation because they do not care. We promised to reduce VAT from 14% to 10%. Mr. Speaker, not only did we suggest a meaningful reduction in VAT, but we also propose a revision of the PAYE and the income tax thresholds to protect working class families. In our manifesto, we propose PAYE from 25% to 20%.
Right.
And the income tax threshold to 200,000.
Right.
But this uncaring government only increased the income tax threshold to $10,000, to 140.
Let's go. Come on now, let's go.
This uncaring government did not reduce VAT.
Right.
Instead of easing the burden on food, utilities, school supplies, and transportation, they remove VAT on things like new vehicles, hybrid SUVs, security systems, jewelry, and high-end furniture. Walk through our markets or ask a normal man on the street. Speak to, have some manners please. Speak to staff in your ministries and ask how many of them can afford to buy new vehicles,
Right.
upgrade their home,
Right.
or buy jewelry.
Oh my God.
These measures are more like gifts to contractors and the rich than relief for ordinary Guyanese.
Right.
These tax measures favor luxury purchases over daily necessities. Mr. Speaker, you cannot claim to be
Again,
putting
I'm
people
raising
first.
38.6. The honourable member is reading his speech.
Thank you, Auntie.
Honorable member,
On the campaign trail, you're going to hear it, don't worry. On the campaign trail, you're going to hear it.
Let me hear you from the heart, man.
You're going to hear it on the campaign trail. Our nearly 70,000 hard-working public servants got nothing in this budget. Absolutely nothing. Not even a small salary increase. Not a bonus. Nothing planned for them in this year's biggest budget.
Right.
Nothing at all. On Teachers' Day in 2025, I can recall sitting in the botanical gardens and the teachers complained bitterly how hard it is to survive and the pittance they're receiving.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, our public servants carry this nation on their backs, but this budget turns its back on them.
Right.
They come here and praise them with words, sell big dreams on the campaign platform. Sell big dreams on the campaign platform.
Yes.
In turn, they pay them with crumbs. This budget brings no serious wage reform, no consideration for rising food prices, rent, and transport, no answer to the frustration in every ministry and every police station. WIN's manifesto offered a real solution: structured wage increases tied to productivity, funded by national growth, and phased responsibly. Because we understand this much, you cannot demand first-class service while paying third-class wages. This budget forgets the working class, but we will not. Mr. Speaker, after infrastructure, which demands the biggest portion of our budget, we have education next, demanding an allocation of $183.6 billion. Notwithstanding that in the last 5 years, from 2021 to 2025, we have expended over $500 billion. Over $500 billion to the Ministry of Education. But in every region, our schools have plenty of problems. In every region, we have problems as it relates to our schools. Our education system is not properly managed. The big C word we can't use plagues the Ministry of Education.
Oh my God.
And Mr. Speaker, I have highlighted and assisted many schools with inefficiencies in education. My track record will show that across nursery, primary, and secondary schools, I have reached into my own pocket to assist students and teachers.
Mr. Speaker, again, I raise 38.6. The honourable member is making no attempt to abide by the standing rules.
Honorable member, the standing rules, the standing orders are quite clear about reading. So,
Picking up the slacks long before I was elected leader of the opposition. Honorable Parag, you need to ensure you do better for our children. 28 years now, the PVP in office, and the children of this country are forced to use pit latrines in schools. Bullying in many of our schools across Guyana is excessive. The school feeding program needs a complete overhaul. We have received so many complaints about the meals, and with the billions spent to build these schools and dorms, many are way behind schedule, and there are visible structural defects within months. I urge the Honorable Parak to take a walk up the road to the $700 million Brickdam Dry Weather School. Walk across on a rainy day and you will see that the school is leaking. Another rush project, another example of mismanagement.
Honorable Member, two things. The Honorable Minister said the roof was not leaking in this house, that a tap was left on, and that tap was left on between the roof and the floor.
Guided.
So to accuse the Honorable Minister of not doing anything about a leaking roof is not accurate.
Guided, sir.
And then the second thing is, look at the reading, because it's obvious from here.
Okay. Yeah. Our honorable members on the other side of the house want to talk about putting people first. These are some of the issues you need to address if you truly want to put our people first. Address bullying and blunt violence among our students and even physical assault meted out our teachers. A senior female teacher at Charity Secondary School in Region 2 was brutally assaulted by a grade 9 male student on January the 22nd, 2026. Address the unstable electricity supply in schools like Kurukuru Nursery and Blackwater Primary in the Barima River. Address the bat and pigeon infestation in schools, namely the Zeeburg Secondary School and Port Kaituma Nursery School. Work on fixing schools of our dear Amerindian children, like the dangerous, dilapidated Chinawing Nursery and Primary Schools. The Chinawing School. Some schools in the hinterland that should have dormitories are still waiting to see them built, though the contracts were awarded.
Awarded to who?
Though they were awarded, a lot of them unfinished.
Oh my God.
Parents must send their children to live with relatives or keep them home. Teachers sharing beds at the home of another teacher because the living quarters they were given is not fit for humans. Allocate more space for sports and recreation for many of our schools that are woefully lacking. The Because We Care cash grant, $200,000 before the elections in Letem was promised to the 206,000 children across this country. And now you come to this honorable house. They give us $85,000. They give us $85,000. $85,000. What happened? You promised $200,000. $200,000 you promised the children. Mr. Speaker, as if enough mess was not made at Ministry of Education, they picked up this very member and put her in a corner at local government. The Ministry of Local Government is asking us to spend $2 billion to upgrade markets. But in 2025, the Ministry of Local Government expenditure was $41.9 billion, with over $2.7 billion approved for upgrades to border and other markets. So we must ask, where is the money going? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Priya is wrong that about the markets, taking pictures without addressing the issues. It is like putting Band-Aid on a wound that needs to be cleaned and dressed properly. I have visited both markets, and they are poorly maintained and remain the same. Poorly maintained and remain the same. We need to desilt the drains. We need to ensure the washrooms are working. The vagrants are taking over the market. So these are the things we have to focus on.
Drainage is a mess. Drainage is a mess. Drainage is a
Last year, billions were budgeted for solid waste management, yet garbage bins were overflowing in the city. This year again, the big spender comes for more billions.
right.
Mr. Speaker, the PPP cabinet is uncaring. How a minister could try to convince us that chocolates from humble beginnings can have you buy houses abroad and build mansions at home. The average chocolate vendor would be lucky to get one of the core homes they are building, and according to the Honorable Member Duncan, your bath towel is a wall-to-wall carpet in some of the homes they are given. But they do not care. I keep saying their priorities are misaligned. The Honorable Member can find time to address me so often. To address me, but can't sort the things out for the common man on the road. A city that looks neglected is not just an aesthetic failure, it adversely affects tourism. Tourism is built on first impressions. Visitors remember how a place looks. When a vlogger films overflowing garbage bins and stagnant waste in downtown Georgetown and highlights it for an international audience, that message becomes the image of our country. The millions of potential visitors.
The place nasty.
Infrastructure without cleanliness is like building a showroom with broken windows. But Mr. Speaker, if we want to put people first, we will redirect our energies to ensuring the trillions we are spending are spent wisely, and people in every sector are getting a part of the pie. Mr. Speaker, I choose to dub the sad state of public infrastructure in this country as expensive incompetence. Mr. Speaker, under public infrastructure, a whopping $196.1 billion has been earmarked to expand and rehabilitate the country's roads and bridges. The largest single transport infrastructure component of the 2026 budget. Another installment for the big boys. When the government chooses to hand out road and bridge contracts to their friends and family instead of awarding the contracts based on merit, what we are left with is not quality infrastructure. We are given infrastructure that is unable to stand up to the test of time. This government touts a 2026 budget in which over 50% reflects expenditure on capital works, boasting about providing transformational infrastructure, world-class infrastructure. What world-class infrastructure are we talking about? Is it miles upon miles of road infrastructure plagued by shoddy work, requiring massive repairs just a few years after they were newly constructed? Linden to Kwakwani, our children can't go to school. Komaka to Quebano. Honorable Sarah Brown, please let your husband look into this. I heard he's the contractor. Roads built today, break up tomorrow. Bridges built today.
I just want to interject about the standing order, people who are not here. I don't know who is the contractor, but whoever is the contractor, they're not in this house.
Guided. Poor planning, poor quality infrastructure, poor outcomes, and the see well, Mr. Speaker, you ban that word from the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this government's incompetence is expensive, a burden that our ordinary Guyanese brothers and sisters are forced to shoulder. To the Honorable Edgell, what you need to do is simple. Allow the process of awarding contracts at the tender board to function as it should, transparently, so that qualified contractors and, as far as possible, local contractors get a fair chance to qualify for these projects. Very soon, very shortly, we will address the CEO of the tender board.
Right.
Playgrounds and recreational spaces. Mr. Speaker, this assembly cannot ignore the state of our nation's playgrounds and recreational grounds. across Guyana.
Right.
Even recreational spaces for our children and youth to go play gets named among the Big C.
Right.
The Honorable VP has repeatedly spoken about the importance of recreational centers and community grounds, yet they are being sold to friends, families, and favorites. To this end, I laud the efforts of my colleague, Honorable Odessa Primus, for debunking the myths that all is well over the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. I highlighted so many problems with community grounds, and the list keeps getting longer. We have cows in these community grounds. Most of the community grounds in this country. Most of the community grounds in this country. We got grass taller than me.
Right.
We need spaces for our children, for the families in these communities to go in the afternoon when they come home from school, to play a game of cricket, a game of football.
They can't play out there.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 spends more, but it does not do more. And that is why we are seeing increased allocations, which alone do not equal improved outcomes. From 2021 to 2025, we have expenditure of nearly $485 billion. Yet we see that hospitals without experience and adequate staffing do not save lives. Ask the family of the 22-year-old Renisha Niles, who died at the state-of-the-art Diamond Regional Hospital due to shortage of oxygen tanks, or Wendy Wharton, the mother who lost her baby girl at said hospital, or ask the surviving children and family of the 36-year-old mother, Latoya Griffith, and her baby who died at the New Amsterdam Hospital. And Honorable Frank Anthony has the temerity to stand up in this assembly and tell us health care has improved. Where? Some health-related problems.
38-6, reading of speeches.
Delayed
To invoke the standing order, please, sir.
Delayed payment to staff.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I don't know who is saying read on, but clearly that's a big violation of the standing order. I would urge you desist.
Delayed payment to staff, especially to our patient care assistants. Shortage of nurses, migrated in record numbers. Timely turnover to get labs done. Rush hospital projects. Hoarding medication at the regional offices in the hinterland. Vomit engineering. The New Amsterdam Hospital project. And the maternity and pediatric hospital right here at the Ogle. Yet billions, I'm sure, in the budget here. But these facilities should have finished long now.
Right. Right. Don't argue, Frank. Fix the problem.
I saw you commission an ambulance boat in Region 2. And just the other day, the ambulance boat in water. At the Supernam Stelling.
Right.
80-year-old patient from Region 1 on a goods trolley at the Ogle Airport. An 80-year-old. I had to call the hospital. She was there at the airport for 1 hour on a goods trolley. And that is improved health care. Expired cancer drugs at New Amsterdam Hospital. It was posted online all over. Of course.
Our crew member posted up, and it was wrong.
Many health posts and centers are not equipped to store vaccines due to lack of proper storage facilities.
Let's go. Let's go.
Midway Care Center, you know about that company, Honorable Frank? Huh? The name sounds known to you, Midway Care Center? Midway Care Center, it sounds known to you? I heard you're the owner of the company. Uh-huh.
Let's go. Let's go.
But as soon as you know,
Suffice to say, Budget 2026 repeats the 2025 approach. Larger allocations, no proper planning, same outcomes. But the Honorable Minister is not concerned about improving healthcare. His focus is on his private healthcare facility. Where is training prioritized in this budget? Why are we bringing 400 nurses from Bangladesh and doctors from Trinidad? Why not pay our own better? The Honorable Minister of Agriculture wants us to believe all is fine and dandy over there. But our sugar workers were promised 3 or 4 days out of crop. They were promised 3 and 4 days out of crop, and the retroactive from January to August. Up to now, they cannot be paid. And yet, they claim they care about our cane cutters. If it wasn't for me to visit the cane cutters at the Albion estate, up to today, I'm sure they wouldn't have been paid.
Listen, Schumann.
Honorable Schumann failed the indigenous people. For decades, 3 fishing companies operated in Guyana. Noble House Seafoods, Pretty Paul Singh Investments, and Rupee. 10 years ago, Seabob shrimp catches were about 4 to 5 million pounds per year. Now in 2026, the catch is only 3 million pounds. Noble House is closed. Redhead is closed. Pretty Paul Singh is the only one that remains. This company has been the largest seafood company in Guyana and the Caribbean, with catches reaching a maximum of 28 million pounds back in 2013. In 2025, catches are down to 3 million pounds annually. Together, these 3 companies employed over 2,500 workers. At present, the lone company, Pretty Paul, has only 450 employees remaining. So now the question lingers, why are these companies closed? What happened to the 2,050 employees who were laid off? So when Honorable Member Zulfikar boasts about putting the people first, these are the realities he refuses to accept. Mr. Speaker, government could have helped the fishery companies to keep them alive so that our Guyanese people could have remained employed in these companies the same way they cushion other industries. They could have given the companies economic concessions such as incentives and reduction of taxes on various fishing supplies, like the endless concessions given to the Chinese. Because we know the PPPC, we know they're very close, to so and so. So I ask again, how are we putting the people first? NDIA. Mr. Speaker, just take the period from 2021 to 2025. Approximately $190 billion was spent, and yet the ills continue. You can take the entire budget, $1,558 billion, and give it to the NDIA, and yet it won't solve the problem. Poor management, poor leadership.
That's good.
Is this how we manage the affairs of the people of this country?
Right.
Mr. Speaker, at its bare minimum.
Let's go. Let's go. Don't listen to foolishness.
You got some tablets there. Mr. Speaker, the rice industry has 238,000 acres in this country, with 2 reaping per year. Rice farmers are losing money in this country, and the government is doing almost nothing to improve their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, if only the honorable member would be contented with the wealth he amassed in the PPP's first term in office, this last term, he should source export markets with the best price. Until that happens, it is our farmers who suffer. Livestock, cattle, and poultry. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing in large quantities of meat and poultry from foreign countries, including Brazil and Suriname. When we have vast amounts of land and well-established cattle and poultry farmers who are not afforded the opportunity to produce adequate supplies of meat and poultry for local consumption and foreign export. Mr. Speaker, while we are here, whatever happened to the black-belly sheep, which came from Barbados? The last thing we heard, the black-belly sheep, they were at a farm on the Linden Suzaik Highway at Long Creek, at a very posh farm too. Mr. Speaker, almost 30 years in office, the PVP has failed to effectively address our electricity supply. 2 power ships, and we are struggling with inadequate electricity supply. No, we gotta go back there, because GPL is one of the biggest issues in this country. This year, in our 2026 national budget, a total of 119.4 billion has been allocated to enhance the country's electricity supply and energy infrastructure. The PVP's inability to find real solutions to these real problems continue to see our country spending enormous sums of money with no concrete solution in sight. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, poor water quality in many parts of Guyana remains a problem. Some places we have Asian infrastructure and some none at all.
Honorable Member, I think there was an agreement on timing, so I don't want to say you have 5 minutes, but it's now bordering on almost an hour and a half.
Oh, hour and a half since I'm here? Wow. Yeah. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. As I move to close this debate, let me remind this House that budgets are not meant to be impressive by numbers and records. Budgets are meant to improve lives. Budgets are not meant to dominate headlines. Budgets are meant to ease burdens. Budgets are not meant to inflate egos. Budgets are meant to uplift people. They reveal who matters, who waits, and who is asked to be patient yet again. The people of this country are not impressed by how many pages this book contains, nor by how loudly it was applauded by those on the government benches. Guyanese will judge this budget by a far simpler test. Did it make my life better? Mr. Speaker, this budget exudes the myth of putting people first. The government has chosen this as a central theme, and it is a phrase that sounds compassionate. It is a phrase that sounds inclusive. It is a phrase that suggests empathy. But a slogan is not a policy in action.
Right.
When we move past the polished language, or for some of the honorable members, the abuse down, market behavior speeches, and examine the actual nature of this budget, we begin to see a troubling disconnect between rhetoric and reality.
Right.
Because putting people first means more than finally announcing a delayed promised cash grant.
Correct.
Putting people first means more than asking citizens
Right.
to be grateful for crumbs from a table made rich by oil.
Yes.
True people first budgeting requires structural and systematic reforms
Right.
and deliberate redistribution, especially since the cost of living has increased by 75%.
Right.
This budget offers the maintenance of hardship instead of the elimination of struggle.
Lovely.
Guyanese are not asked.
Just a second. Mr. Speaker, I'm just confirming, because you said we have, he was at 1.5 hours. I have 1 hour 15 minutes. Just confirming if that is accurate.
I am not going to get into a discussion on timing, but you have here an hour.
Just wanted to
Okay.
confirm. No problem. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Guyana stands at a historic crossroads. Never has our nation commanded resources of this scale, but with that privilege comes responsibility. We cannot sit here as leaders of this great nation and mistake volume for vision or lavish spending for strategy. History will record what we did with this opportunity. Let it never be said that at the hour of abundance, that we did not do our best to ensure all 800,000 plus Guyanese benefited from our wealth. That said, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support the 2026 budget for passage in this assembly.
Lovely. No, you continue. Pedophiles don't like you at all, apparently. Continue.
Honorable Anil Nandalal, a matter of national importance. We have an extradition request here since in November 26. Right? Please make it known to the public. Honorable Onej, the extradition request came to you and Honorable Todd. Please make it known to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Ashni, should I take a suspension? Seems that your side is now ready for you.
Mr. Speaker, as you are no doubt well aware yourself, we're always ready. Mr. Speaker, the privilege is mine, and it is indeed a great privilege for me to be able this evening to rise on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, headed, of course, by His Excellency the President, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, and comprising, amongst others, the Cabinet, the government members of Parliament gathered here in this Honourable House, and so many others, in whose hands and in whose care the task of formulating and implementing and executing government policy over the course of the next 5 years has been vested. I listened keenly, Mr. Speaker, to the entirety of the debate on this year's budget, as I always do every year. But of course, this year had a number of special characteristics that resulted in me being reinforced in my view about the importance of the debate in this year in particular. First, of course, is the fact that 2026 is the first year in this government's current term of office. And therefore, almost by definition, Budget 2026 was going to be an extremely important budget because it was going to define the path that we will traverse over the course of the next 5 years and set out our government's agenda for this current term of office. But it was also going to be an important budget debate because it is being considered, or it was going to be considered as it has been considered, in a parliament of a considerably different configuration from any that we have seen perhaps in the entire political history of this country. I started the budget speech, Mr. Speaker, by setting out this political context and by making the point that we hold the largest parliamentary majority that has been won by any political party over the course of the last 2 decades. And we won that majority, we secured that majority with the largest number of absolute votes and the largest or widest margin in the popular vote in the history of democratic Guyana. There was, however, Mr. Speaker, a third dimension or aspect to the political configuration that is perhaps worthy of highlight. And I'm reminded of its importance, having heard and listened, and indeed having paid keen attention to the presentation just made by the leader of the opposition. Because this parliament bears a characteristic that has, I believe, perhaps never hitherto been seen before. And I believe it was the Honorable Vice President who said it, and I will repeat it, and that is that this 13th Parliament, apart from the fact that the People's Progressive Party civic government has the largest majority that we've had in 2 decades, we are in this Parliament with that majority, with the most fragmented and the weakest opposition in living memory. Because for the first time in decades, the opposition benches are almost evenly split. We can split hairs about whether it's 16 or 12, but they're essentially evenly split. There's no party with any dominant presence in the opposition benches. And so they are fragmented and they are weaker than any opposition that we have seen in living memory. And if we needed this point to be demonstrated or to be reiterated to us, one had simply to pay attention to the past week of this budget debate. And I will, over the course of my presentation today, elaborate why this is indeed the inescapable conclusion from the last week's deliberations. Let me start, first of all, Mr. Speaker, by saying how incredibly proud I was to be sitting on this side of the House amongst these People's Progressive Party civic members of Parliament. And I consider it a personal privilege and honor to be a member of this People's Progressive Party civic team. Mr. Speaker, over the past week, we saw towering political giants, and at the risk of perhaps disappointing some who might expect me to identify their names, and we have many towering political giants on our side, some with more longevity than others, but we witnessed over the past week towering political giants like the inimitable Honorable Gail Teixeira, who has sat continuously in this house since 1992 with distinction, and who has served the people of Guyana for decades before that, and has served her party for decades before that.
And this man, he want disrespect you.
I'm coming to that in a minute. I'm coming to that in a minute. We saw, the nation and the world were treated to political giants of the measure and caliber of a Gail Teixeira. We saw some who were newer to politics, but are giants nonetheless, and have served this country with distinction. And Honorable Prime Minister, permit me, sir, notwithstanding that I am not in the chair today, permit me, sir, to say to you that were I in the chair, but Mr. Speaker, I would never dare to usurp your authority. The Honorable Prime Minister deserves to take a bow. I'm not inviting you to take a bow, sir, because I don't have the authority to do so. But we have in this...
You now have.
Thank you very much, sir. We have in this People's Progressive Party, and as leader of government business, the Honorable Prime Minister, who has distinguished himself in service to Guyana for decades. A highly decorated military general.
That's a fact.
A highly decorated military general, respected by all around the world, and certainly and especially in this hemisphere. Never previously in politics, but in public service for all of his life, deciding and voluntarily choosing to associate himself with the political cause that is the People's Progressive Party. And Mr. Speaker, we saw some who did not spend their entire lives in the People's Progressive Party. We saw some on this side of the House who indeed are completely new to the People's Progressive Party, including colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who started their political life elsewhere. And they know the belly of the beast on the other side from the inside. And knowing the belly of the beast on the other side from the inside, they chose voluntarily and willingly to associate themselves with the People's Progressive Party. And they acquitted themselves at this podium in a manner that made me proud to be Guyanese and made me proud to be PPP. Again, at the risk, Mr. Speaker, again at the risk of offending some, once you start calling some names, you will omit others. But we heard from a James Bond. We heard from a Tandai McAllister. They were not born in the People's Progressive Party, sir. They didn't start their political lives in the People's Progressive Party. They know the other side very well.
And they run.
And when, at the first available opportunity, some will say that they ran, at the first available opportunity, they stood up and they said, in a very intelligent and well-informed way, and I might even say, Honorable Charles Ramson, that I disagree. Perhaps I don't think they ran. I think they weighed the alternative, because these are smart people. And this was not an impulsive or emotional move. They analyzed the alternatives before them. They could have been over there, or they could have been over here, and many of them gave sweat and perhaps even blood for the PNC. And when the PNC had an opportunity to give them a role to play, the PNC turned its back on them. And having weighed the alternatives, Mr. Speaker, and having carefully considered the matter, they decided voluntarily to associate with the People's Progressive Party. And they too deserve to take a bow. And then, Mr. Speaker, there were others who also didn't spend their entire life in politics. They are well-established professionals in their respective fields. But they came with incomparable political pedigree that none of my colleagues on the other side of the House could even possibly begin to imagine. But having been born in politics in the People's Progressive Party, and having spent their entire life as a professional, distinguishing themselves in their particular field, in the case of the example that I have in mind, chose eventually to leave the comfort of professional life and get involved in frontline politics. And allow me here, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge my colleague, the Honourable Member, Minister Vanessa Ben. Born as the daughter of Cherry Jagan's Deputy Premier, spent her entire life as a professional and distinguished herself as a professional, and could be working anywhere in the world. And again, as a professional with the qualifications and track record to be working anywhere in the world, looked around and said, having spent my entire life outside of politics, well, she's still a young person, so I could hardly say my entire life, but having spent all of my life hitherto outside of politics, it is now time for me to associate myself with my father's party because of what I see transpiring in the political space in Guyana. And of course, there were many other bright sparks, brand new MPs who spoke for the first time. Regional MPs spoke with passion and energy. Who could forget a Suresh Singh or a Zamal Hussain speaking with passion and energy about what the People's Progressive Party is doing for people in their community, in their respective communities. Mr. Speaker, this is the People's Progressive Party civic. We heard from Minister Onej Walrun this afternoon. Again, not born in politics, certainly not born in the politics of the People's Progressive Party, but made a conscious decision. Today holds one of the most important cabinet portfolios in our government and is discharging her responsibilities with distinction. And we saw that distinction on display earlier today. And I could go on, but I won't on this occasion, Mr. Speaker. But what we saw over the course of the past week was a full and rich. I turned and my eyes fell on young Minister Sarah Brown and MP Sonia Lachman, young indigenous Amerindian women coming to this podium, and I don't believe there's anybody in Guyana whose heart was not filled with pride when they heard Honorable Sarah Brown and Honorable Sonia Lachman speak at this podium. You could not help but be proud to be PPP. And I was proud to be PPP when I heard these MPs speak. And so, Mr. Speaker, we received the benefit of an abundant display over the past 5 days of why the People's Progressive Party remains Guyana's only truly national multi-ethnic party.
And evergreen too.
And I say to all Guyanese, there is a home for you in the People's Progressive Party. Including those on that side of the House.
And that side. And that side. That is your crime?
Including those on both sides of the House, some of whom I know will eventually end up on this side. Well, I can't necessarily, it's not my place to say that they will end up on this side of the House, but some of whom I know inevitably will end up with the People's Progressive Party.
David in WPA.
David Hines, we really want David Hines, right?
And moreover, sir, as I saw our young MPs, as I saw our young members of parliament distinguish themselves, I was reiterated in my, I'm coming to that in a minute. I was reinforced in my view that the future of the People's Progressive Party and therefore the future of Guyana are in good hands and are alive and well. Mr. Speaker, in contrast, sir, we have on the other side of the House theoretically three parties, all of which really came from the same source. They really are, I think it was Honorable Gail Teixeira who said it. They're all the same. They're all really PNC. And I'm not going to repeat the scatteration joke. I think it has taken the internet by sufficient storm for me not to dare to try to replicate what I did when I presented the budget speech. But they all came from the PNC. Like I said, some over there. And the Honorable Amanda Walton Desir is PNC. The several WIN MPs are PNC. And those who are not PNC, as Honorable Priya Manikchan said, it's some rejects, some derelicts from the PNC, and the rest of them, I believe the word she used was they're all disaffected people. The rest are all there because they have some grouse or the other. They have a grouse, they have an act. You don't enter politics. You don't enter politics to grind some historic acts or some personal cause.
Or to escape sanctions.
Well, I'm coming to that too.
You got a lot of things to come to.
Mr. Speaker, I am not going to go through all of the speeches made by all of the MPs. I believe that those who spoke after them have already abundantly and adequately responded to the various and rebutted and rejected and corrected where needed the points that were made by all of the MPs on the opposite side during the course of this debate. In the interest of time, sir, I will focus on two particular presentations. One that came from a new backbencher. One that was made, a presentation that was made by a new backbencher who leads the 12-member APNU contingent
the backbench.
Which incidentally, sir, is the smallest PNC contingent. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make sure that I was correct. I even took the years during the dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, in the 1966 Parliament, the PNC had, in the first Parliament, we are of course in the 13th Parliament. In Guyana's first Parliament, the PNC had 22 seats. In its second Parliament, the PNC had 30 seats. In the third Parliament, and of course, like I said, I'm saying they had, I'm not saying they won. They occupied. In the third Parliament, they occupied 37 seats. Mr. Speaker, by 1981, the fourth Parliament, they occupied a whopping 53 seats. And they increased their presence in the Parliament. In the fifth Parliament, the 1985-86 Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the PNC occupied, legitimately or otherwise, 54 seats. In the sixth Parliament, they occupied 26 seats. In the seventh Parliament, 25. Well, of course, we are now in the post-1992 era. In 1992, they occupied 26 seats. In the seventh Parliament, they occupied 25 seats. In the eighth Parliament, this is the 2001 Parliament, they occupied 27 seats. In the ninth Parliament, they occupied 22 seats. In the 10th Parliament, by then they had changed their name to APNU or APNU-AFC, I'm not sure. There was a lot of debate about putting peoples first. The word people has been at the beginning of the People's Progressive Party since time immemorial. We didn't discard the name, starting with People's National Congress in their case, to hide under the disguise of another name. But that's a discussion for another day. By the 10th Parliament, they held 26 seats. In the 11th Parliament, they held 33 seats. This is the minority. Well, of course, I should have said in the 10th Parliament, they held 26 seats, but together with AFC, 26 plus 7 is 33. That's when they had what we have described as the one-seat majority. But in the 11th Parliament, they held 33 seats. In the 12th Parliament, which of course is the Parliament that was just concluded, where we were returned to office, they held 31 seats. And in the 13th Parliament, they hold 12 seats.
Unlucky number 13, what?
Mr. Speaker,
Friday the 13th.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the evidently questionable results during the 1964 to 1990 period, I think it is fair to say that this last election, the people of Guyana delivered a very clear message to the PNC. And it is under these circumstances that the Honorable Terence Campbell was catapulted to lead this band of merry men and women of 12 backbenchers.
12 disciples.
And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, because I try to be a respectful person most of the time, and I believe I succeed most of the time. Not necessarily always. But I try to be a respectful person most of the time. I have had the honor to have served in parliaments where I sat opposite Robert Corbyn. I didn't have the privilege of sitting in a parliament opposite Desmond Hoyt. When I came into the parliament, the leader of the opposition was Robert Corbyn. So I served in a parliament where the PNC was led by Robert Corbyn. I served in the parliament where the PNC was led by David Granger. I served in the parliament where the PNC was led by Joe Harman. I served in the parliament when the PNC was led by Aubrey Norton. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I have never, in any of those previous instances, witnessed anything like I witnessed over the last 5 days. Because if the PNC had not already hit a low point by securing only 12 seats, they certainly had hit a low point by the performance of the Member of Parliament leading them in this House. Mr. Speaker, no PNC MP. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you this, because like I said, I too wasn't born in politics. I have good relationships with a lot of people in the PNC. I have good relationships with everybody in Guyana. I have never witnessed a more vile, personalized behavior, a more vulgar, vicious, vitriolic behavior by anybody who led the PNC in this parliament, like I witnessed displayed by the Honorable Terence Campbell. And Mr. Speaker, he has this interesting way. I don't think it is a secret that there is a historic family association, because he mentions it every time he launches a personalized attack against me. I think he mentioned it in Parliament the other day. I think he said he and my father are friends. Well, and it's not the first time he has said it. He keeps repeating it. Every time he launches a personalized attack against me, he keeps saying it. And it reminds me, sir, of that famous old analogy of the Nazi who would always say, but I'm not really a Nazi because I have a Jewish friend. Or of the Indo-Guyanese man who is rabid and racist, but who would always say, me, I couldn't possibly be a racist because I have an Indo-Guyanese friend. Or my best friends are Indo-Guyanese. Or vice versa, the Afro-Guyanese person who is rabidly racist and says, me, I could never be racist. I have an Indo-Guyanese friend. Why could you possibly describe me as a racist? The Honorable Terence Campbell, repeatedly, I have never in my political life been subject, and I'm not only speaking about myself, I have never been subject to, and I have never witnessed such vile, personalized attacks on people in politics. Never in my life. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speak, because I've been in politics for a while, so I could handle anything. I'm coming to you, Honorable Priya Manikchan. I'm coming to you, Honorable Minister Manikchan. This honorable member, Mr. Speaker, notoriously made a post on Facebook body shaming a female minister. Well, I'll tell you what, the wave of reprimands that was unleashed on him made him delete the post,
Even I wouldn't do that.
including by people who are connected to him. And I'm not going to name them.
Some of them sitting in the
I'm not going to name them out of respect for them.
Ganesh,
Including by people connected to him who said to him, shame on you.
come on, Ganesh, street whip.
And he was forced to delete. He was forced to delete the post. But Mr. Speaker, you can't change the innate characteristics of a person. So, having already been publicly shamed because of his behavior towards women in politics. The honorable member comes to this house. When did he speak? Yesterday? Yesterday. And he's speaking about projects. I think somebody mentioned something about a project that had a design flaw. I think the Honorable Priya Manichan. And I had to listen to this because I was like almost in disbelief. I had to listen to this thing, and I'm inviting the public to play this video back. There are certain lines, Mr. Speaker, that you don't cross. None of us is perfect, but there are certain lines you don't. And I know, I haven't discussed this matter with the Honourable Minister Manichan, but I know she heard what he said. No. I'll tell you what though. It reflects an attitude.
And a mindset.
And a mindset. And for those in this house who did not catch what he said, he thinks that he got away with it. I know a lot of people didn't catch it. I'm going to tell you what he said. So the Honorable Priya Manichan spoke about the design flaw. She was speaking about Hags Bosch, and she was speaking about the road along Hags Bosch, and she gave her explanation. The Honorable Terence Campbell comes to this house at the microphone as the leader of Forbes Burnham's party. As the leader of Forbes, he dressing up like he gonna look like Forbes Burnham. And somebody say he wear the Burnham suit on Monday or Tuesday. I don't pay attention to them things. But coming to this parliament, taking the podium, leader of Burnham's party, and this is what he said. There have been so many design flaws in this country, and he starts to list examples. He said there was a design flaw with Skeldon. There was a design flaw with Amila. He gave a couple other examples. He said there's a design flaw on the Barajagdeo Bridge. The trucks are rolling back. And then he says there's a design flaw with everything, including Priya Manichan. Put that phrase in quotation marks and watch the video back. Watch the video back. There is a design flaw with everything. There's a design flaw with everything, including Priya Manichan. End of quote.
And they laugh over there.
And they laughed uproariously.
It was
a joke.
It was a joke from
A woman member of parliament, a woman minister,
and Ganesh laughed. Ganesh can't laugh. Laugh now.
Leader of Forbes, no amount of dressing up in Burnham suit will take you out of the gutter. No amount of dressing up, and no amount of shouting and raising your voice in this house to give yourself fake gravitas will lift you out of the gutter.
It's a mindset.
Mr. Speaker,
Standpipish behavior.
Mr. Speaker, there was much ado. Somebody posted, so I presented this budget under the theme, putting people first. Well, we have always put people first. So
Who else you put?
we have always put people first.
Who else you put first?
We have always put people first. Well, somebody apparently made the point that APNU, I think, had this as their manifesto theme. And they posted a big picture of the budget speech cover and myself. And they put the big word, it's a non-parliamentary word, sir, so I will say it but not say it. They put a big word marked thief with Ashni Singh's photograph and a picture of the theme. And a big word called thief. I can't remember, I don't want to, it's a member of parliament on their side who made that post. And the Honorable Terence Campbell, friend of my father as he claims to be, gleefully, friend of my father as he claims to be, shares this post with a big word thief and Ashni Singh picture on it. But guess what? So he's accusing me of being a thief, because apparently a thief, the theme, putting people first, which incidentally they thief from Bill Clinton. But we'll put that aside for a moment. But guess what? A couple days later, he was driving in a brand new, I think, Toyota Land Cruiser, one of those big vehicles. And very pleased with himself that he had bought this, very pleased that he had bought himself this Toyota Land Cruiser, and apparently this time paid the taxes. And obviously paying taxes was a very unfamiliar sensation to him, because he was very elated and excited to post that he had paid X amount in duties and taxes, being unfamiliar with paying taxes apparently. So he posts that I've paid the taxes on this vehicle. Well, there are a lot of Guyanese people paying taxes on vehicles and then jumping on Facebook and posting it. But guess what? The honorable member captions his post in big, bold, all caps. 3 words. Unbought, unbossed, and unbothered. You remember the post? Well, Mr. Speaker, you would think that Mr. Originality, you know, like they got Miss Congeniality? You know, like how you got Miss Congeniality? You would think that Mr. Originality, who accused me of thieving the PNC theme, would have been a little bit cautious not to thief Prime Minister Mia Mottley's slogan off of her Facebook page, where for the longest while she has had the phrase unbought and unbossed. And the Prime Minister of Barbados has never made it a secret where she got that theme from. It is Shirley Chisholm's autobiography, because Shirley Chisholm wrote in 1970 a famous autobiography called Unbought and Unbossed. And Shirley Chisholm, incidentally, is a distinguished Caribbean American whose parentage originates half from Guyana and half from Barbados. Shirley Chisholm, daughter of a Guyanese and a Barbadian parent, and a distinguished Afro-American or African-American. The Honorable David Hines would be very familiar with her work. In 1970, authored her autobiography titled Unbought and Unbossed. And of course, Prime Minister Mottley is quite rightly very proud of Shirley Chisholm as a Barbadian, a person who identifies as a Barbadian American. So she's adopted the slogan for the longest while, Mr. Originality. Mr. Originality, so excited and elated he was by the novelty of paying taxes. I ain't going to use the word thief, that unparliamentary word. I will looked at it. And you know, I suffer my moments of pettiness too. I wanted to share it too and put thief. But I said to myself, I'm going to save it for this Friday.
In the spirit of PNC.
I'm going to save it for this Friday. I said that already. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Mr. Speaker, standing order. The honourable member is not supposed to heckle. He's not in his seat. He has to sit in his seat.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Unbothered from Granger.
Oh, yes, I forgot that. I forgot that the time when Mr. Granger leaned on the podium and said he's unbothered.
Pegasus.
It was at the Pegasus. And so, Mr. Speaker, but those are but examples of the depths to which Burnham's party has gone. Has sunk. Under the stewardship of the Honorable. No. Burnham's party is not bothering me. Those are the depths to which the People's National Congress has sunk.
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, Ashley.
And Mr. Speaker, throughout the week we were regaled by all sorts of spurious statements. All throughout the week we were regaled by spurious comments and absurdities.
You continue to hide because you're doing illegal stuff.
Here who speaks about illegality? Here who speaks about illegality? Here, Mr. Speaker, I don't really know facts on this matter. But I am told that there's a certain chain of fast food restaurants that for years was selling fried chicken and fries, and I believe maybe even some bit of ice cream here and there, charging the poor people of Guyana value-added tax and collecting the value-added tax from the poor people of Guyana that he now professes to love. Charging the poor people of Guyana value-added tax. They now profess to love these people. Collecting this tax, making a profit off of these people. And collecting the VAT and not paying over the VAT to the GRA. And when the time comes to pay over the VAT to the GRA, writes the GRA and says, please write off this VAT and these taxes that I owe you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 40A, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have never...
You forget the great Bishop argument? Sit down!
I am speaking.
Sit down!
I am speaking.
Sit down!
Mr. Speaker, I have never had a write-off of VAT or any tax in Guyana. Never had a write-off of VAT or any tax in Guyana, sir. And I challenge the finance minister.
Honourable member, you stand on what standing order?
48. And 41.6 included. I have never had a write-off of tax in Guyana. Never. Not once. Never once. I have never asked for a write-off of taxes in this country. And the Honourable Zulfikar Ali is not here, but he can confirm if he were here that I've never had a write-off of tax or a VAT in this country. Never. Not once. And so I challenge the finance minister to withdraw that remark or produce the evidence of a write-off of primary tax in this country. Any tax.
Mr. Speaker, once again, sir, it's called hoodwinking. It's called hoodwinking by obfuscation. Because, Mr. Speaker, I see the honourable member is not resuming his seat. I'll wait for him to resume his seat before I respond. Mr. Speaker, it's called hoodwinking by obfuscation, or what you might call splitting hairs. Because every other person in this country, when they don't pay their taxes, they're subject to something called penalties and interest. And having failed to pay over his taxes in a timely manner, he accumulated a vast amount of penalties and interest. I want him to stand up and say that he's never asked for a write-off of penalties and interest.
Stand up!
Stand and say that. Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying, who the cap fit, wear it.
That's called a red herring.
Continue, Senior.
There's an old saying, I didn't name anybody, who the cap fit, wear it.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that I never asked for a write-off of any tax. The Honourable Minister is correct that I asked for a partial write-off of penalties and interest, a partial write-off of penalties and interest after having paid over $100 million in penalties and interest. And the Honourable Minister would know that...
Honourable member, thank you. Senior Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, as
Sowing and reaping.
Mr. Speaker,
You will get it too. I sat here all week and listened to you. I'm on water. As nasty as you got to be sat here. I am on water. What you did?
Mr. Speaker, to invoke those famous words, And further, I need say not. Mr. Speaker, that kind of duplicity characterized the honourable member's entire presentation and all of his interventions throughout this week. On every matter. On every matter. And I could go on through a long list of issues. Whether it be the question of consultations on the budget. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party, no People's Progressive Party civic government engages in a single symbolic consultation on the budget a few days before. I said that to all of the members of the private sector, and I've always said it to members of the private sector on every occasion that I've met them in close proximity to the budget. We consulted the private sector extensively in the preparation of our manifesto. We are the only political party to have done so. We received extensive submissions. We are engaged with the private sector literally every week, if not every day. Whether it be at the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Tourism. I meet with members of the private sector on one private sector body or another. And so, Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government's policies are informed by stakeholder input, not by a single token engagement a few days before the budget, but by an ongoing, deep and profound engagement with the private sector so that we can understand what their priorities are, what their interests are, what they would like us to do more of, what they would like us to do differently. And Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member was not content to insult those on the opposite side of this House, the honourable member went on to describe the leaders of Guyana's private sector and stakeholder community as politically captured, and he repeats it, and he repeats it with great pride. He repeats it with great pride. The Private Sector Commission, the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce, the Guyana Manufacturers Association, Regional Chambers of Commerce, the Women's Chamber of Commerce, the Miners Association. Mr. Speaker, he describes all of these people as politically captured, not content with hurling vile insults to those of us on this side of the House. He proceeds, sir, to hurl insults everywhere else too. Well, I'll tell you what. It is because of that mindset, sir, through you, Mr. Speaker, that you are now sitting on that side of the House, leading the smallest group of PNC MPs in the history of Guyana. The honourable member says he's going to be coming on this side of the House. Well, sir, Mr. Speaker,
you will resign. You will not your term in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I ain't got belly like you. No, yeah, you're not in mindset for this. You're an opportunist that is not prepared to serve people. That's more an opportunist than you. You go on every single Sunday to preach to good news, and you should come and listen. And you should come and listen to change your mindset.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member says that he is waiting. The honourable member says that he is waiting to come on this side of the House. Well, I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, and it's no secret that I maintain an open channel of communication with people all over the political divide. I speak with people in every political party. I maintain an open channel of communication. So I will confess, sir, that I had an engagement with a very senior member of the People's National Congress of pedigree, who has been in the PNC for a very long time, not one who, when he was catapulted to the leadership, had to hide and bob and weave about whether he's a PNC member or when he become a PNC member. And we all recall the drama over whether he's a PNC member at all, and if so, when he became a PNC member. I spoke, Mr. Speaker, with a prominent member of the PNC, and I said, man, what going on over there? Where I'll find this chap from? And Mr. Speaker, that senior member of the People's National Congress gave me a very interesting response. He said in cricket, to give you a cricketing analogy, they got something named a night watchman. Now, I'm not a cricketer. The cricketer here is Charles Ramsden or Stephen Jacobs, in fact.
A night watchman.
Right? But the senior member of the PNC said to me, they say, I know you don't play cricket, but you just watch cricket. You ever hear about a night watchman? Stephen Jacobs and Charles Ramsden will explain to you, the Honorable Stephen Jacobs and the Honorable Charles Ramsden will explain to you what is a night watchman. But I'll tell you what.
You ever hear a night watchman make a sense?
But I'll tell you what.
You ever hear a night watchman make a sense? You don't know nothing for them one. You don't know nothing about it. He's shielding the batter.
Ashley, this man trying to get into a physical contest with you.
You know about baseball? You know about cricket? You know about cricket? You know about baseball? Because I have a baseball analogy for you too. All right, you're a guy. You spend a lot of time in the United States of America, though. But anyhow, that's beside the point. Mr. Speaker, the senior member of the PNC who spoke with me said to me, there's a man y'all used to call Norton Little Leaguer.
Littler leaguer.
So I said, yes, we used to call you Little League, but this chap take the cake. He said to me, now Pee Wee, he taught me a word that I had to Google. He said, you might not be familiar. He said, I know a little baseball because I live in America before, or I have family who live in America. He said, you ever hear the phrase T-baller? I said, how you spell that? He said you could spell it either T-baller or T-E-E baller. And I invite the public and I invite members of this honorable house to Google T-baller. I had to Google it. I had to Google T-baller. Honorable Schumann, you have young kids who play baseball. You know what's a T-baller. The person said to me, in cricket we call a night watchman, but in baseball a more suitable name, a more suitable description for the Honorable Terence Campbell is T-baller. T-baller. They say, you should call it T-ball Terence or T-baller Terence. Well, out of respect, I wouldn't do that, sir. Maybe not in this honorable house, maybe outside. But Google T-baller. I had to Google it to discover what is T-ball and T-baller. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of his bombast, over the past week, sir, for all of his bluster and bombast, Mr. Speaker, even within the PNC, Mr. Terence Campbell, the honorable member, is not taken seriously, sir. He's not taken seriously. He holding the fort like a night watchman until time comes for a real leader to take over back. I see Mahipal angling there. I don't know if it can be Mahipal. And Mr. Speaker, it is most unfortunate. It is most unfortunate. And it is most unfortunate, sir, because look where we are. Look where we are.
Only alone can. You know, nothing substantive. Depletion of the NRF. Reporting accurately. I laid before the House.
Man, this chap is something.
Really trying to talk on a Friday, boy.
You are
really trying to talk on a Friday.
You cannot address the matters of substance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I don't allow myself to be lectured by T-ballers.
Listen to me. I am lecturing you about boxing.
I don't allow myself to be lectured by T-ballers. I don't allow myself to be lectured by T-ballers, sir. Mr. Speaker, I don't need Mr. Terence Campbell's endorsement or validation. Nobody on this side of the house don't need your validation. Nobody on this side of the house don't need your validation. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker, through you, sir. Nobody on this side of the house needs validation from the likes of Terence Campbell.
Honorable member, please allow the minister to continue.
Mr. Speaker, the behavior is on display for all to see. The behavior is on display for all to see.
Because I'm a fighter, and people know I will fight for them.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy for the honourable member to continue. Mr. Speaker, a simple matter over the course of the last week, well, maybe 2 weeks. A simple matter, sir. Mr. Campbell wants to run a country. Mr. Speaker, over the course of the last 2 weeks, Mr. Campbell, the honourable member, and the APNU MPs that he leads, and Win could not agree, sir, on the matter of allocation of portfolios in a shadow cabinet. That is the big and bad. That's with all the bluster and bombast. Mr. Campbell could not secure more than 2 shadow cabinet seats in his negotiations with a political entity that is less than 1 year old. With all of his bluster and bombast and bullyism.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, Mr. Campbell.
The Honorable Minister of Finance is wrong about not being able to secure more than 2 seats. In fact, the first offer was for 5 seats. So he's repeating stuff that is incorrect, sir.
Honorable Minister, I will uphold that point of order.
And Mr. Speaker, I will not. Mr. Speaker, I of course was not privy to what was transpiring between them. What I do know is, I do have an article here dated February 1, 2026, where this article is headlined, APNU win yet to reach agreement on budget debate arrangements. Stabrook News, 21st of January. APNU says Win failed to engage meaningfully in talks on united opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it is 5 or 2 or whatever it is, what I do know is that for all his bluster and bombast, the Honourable successor to Aubrey Norton was granted the mammoth 15 plus 5 minutes to speak in this budget debate because he was unable to reach agreement with Win.
On a Thursday. On a Thursday.
Mr. Speaker, incapable. These are the people who want to present themselves as an alternative government. Incapable of working together as an opposition on something as inconsequential. It's not like this thing gonna be cast in stone forever till thy kingdom come.
It's shallows.
On the simple matter of allocating portfolios for the purposes of the budget debate. And Mr. Speaker, they rather give up all than accept the 2 or the 5 that they were offered. They rather sit down because you are the weakest presence of the PNC in the history of Forbes Burnham's party. You could not even extract significant portfolio representation.
We stand on principle.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I know, sir, is that they sat down meekly and trotted out one after the other on with their little 15-minute allocations, sir, like the backbenchers that he is. Like the backbencher that he is. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, Mr. Terence Campbell, the honourable member, sir, has no claim to credibility. Mr. Speaker, when this gentleman was nominated to lead APNU in the parliament, he was asked, are you a PNC member? Mr. Speaker, on the 15th of November in the Demerara Waves, the headline is, APNU's parliamentary leader secretive about PNCR membership, plays down party leadership prospects. You talking about who hang your head? Mr. Speaker, I am as happy to be a follower as I am to be a leader. I am as happy to be a follower. You have never followed. You have never served as a regular MP. James Bond and Tandai McAllister serve in the PNC, and they're not sitting where you're sitting. You never sat as an ordinary MP. You are catapulted into the leadership. Well, Mr. Speaker, for the record, I am equally happy to be a follower as I am to be a leader. And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. And he who is not willing to be a foot soldier is not entitled to be a general. He doesn't want to be a foot soldier. He starts with Anug. We don't get to Anug. When he couldn't establish, here laugh here, Mr. Speaker, when he couldn't establish that he's a PNC member, here what he said, my blood was always green. I went to Bishop's High School. I have the story here. My blood was always green. I went to Bishop's. Never mind, sir, that on the 19th of July 2025, never mind, sir, that on the 19th of July 2025, the Honorable Terence Campbell said in Kaichor News, I was never part of any political party. New APNU candidate Terence Campbell. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Campbell is on public record as being a founder member of ANUG. Stabrook News, January 8, 2019. Businessman Campbell walks away from ANUG.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
I was involved in the initial discussions to form ANUG, but before the launch of that party, I had departed. There is not, a resignation was not even necessary. Before the launch of ANUG, I announced that I was no longer in any discussions with that political party. So I was never a member, never signed up, never paid any fees, anything, never filled out a form. So I asked the Honorable Minister to withdraw that, sir.
Honorable Minister, we heard from the MP, he was never associated with that statement. I'll uphold a point of order. Thank you.
And of course, you know, Mr. Speaker, I will defer to your ruling. I will simply cite a Stabrook News headline dated January 8, 2019, where the story is headlined, Businessman Campbell walks from ANUG due to polarized political climate. And the story goes on to say, local businessman Terence Campbell, lest there be any doubt who we're speaking about, has ended his brief foray into politics.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 48 yesterday because...
Honorable MP,
yeah.
I just want to hear what is in the article and give a ruling.
But Mr. Speaker, can you give me 1 second? Because yesterday...
Go ahead.
Yesterday when I raised the issue of the Bangladeshi government establishing a high commission in Guyana to explore the labor market, your ruling at that time was that we do not, I think we wouldn't follow the news or something.
I was just about
but one more thing, sir. Over and over again, and I have said this many times, the headline does not reflect what was said by someone. It's happened to me at least 5 times recently with several different news outlets. So I would encourage the Honorable Minister to read properly rather than just read headlines. But the point is, I'm rising on your ruling last night, sir.
Yes, sir, and you're in order.
Very, very well, sir. In fact, the honourable member. I will do, sir, exactly as the honourable member has requested. The honourable member asks for me to read from the article. Mr. Speaker, the article has a quotation in inverted commas, quoting from a press release.
Mr. Speaker. Whether he reads it or not is not important.
Yeah.
And I was impacted by that last night.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I just want from my ear to hear the end of that, because we do have a standing order that speaks specifically to reference to news, right? And it says that we should not. And I may have to now rule absolutely on it, because people are refuting what these quotes are. And but I still wanted to hear what's in quote, because this is something I want to also talk to the media about. You know, because in here, I laid out the principle for the media, but out there, I banned the media. Go ahead, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, so do I have your permission, sir,
Yes.
to read from the article? Very well, sir. So the article, Mr. Speaker, and again for those who want to read it in its fullness for themselves, it is the 8th of January 2019, Stabrook News, headlined, Businessman Campbell walks from Annog due to polarized political climate. And somewhere midway through the article, there's a quotation carried in inverted commas in quotation marks that reads, sir, as follows. It says, open quote, so it's a quotation from the party. It says, this is Annog, of course. It says, open quotes, it is clear that Terence has come under severe pressure because of his leading role in establishing Annog. Some of us have also come under pressure from official sources very recently as a consequence of our association with Annog. And in the past, we have endured and survived and expect to continue to do so in the future, and the quote goes on. But what I wanted to draw attention to, sir, was the quote, the release from the party, quoted in inverted commas in quotation marks in the aforementioned cited article in Stabrook News, that Mr. Campbell, according to this article, and according to the direct quotation carried in this article from Annog, that Mr. Campbell played, in quotes, a leading role in establishing Annog. Fast forward, sir. Fast forward,
Mr. Speaker.
sir.
Minister, so it says a leading role. You know, there are many organizations which I played a leading role in organizing but never was a member of. So while it may sound as if he was a member, I can't associate leading role with being a member of, right? Let's move on from this. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell. Yes.
A simple Google check will show that Annog was launched on January 18, 2019. And through you, I'm asking the minister to say the date of that article.
Honorable, I am not going to continue along the line. I've ruled. I understand being involved in the formation of organizations and not being a member of it. We have accepted your position that you've never been a member of ANUG, and the minister will move on.
Very well, sir. I might add, sir, I won't quote from them, but there is a vast array, vast collection of articles carried in Stabrook News, in Demerara Waves, etc., on this matter. You should have been paying attention. I said the date on several occasions. I said it on several occasions. I'm not here to compensate for your inattentiveness. You suffer from some kind of attention deficit. I'm not here to compensate for your attention deficit. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Very well.
Honourable Minister.
I'm not here, sir. I said the date of the Stabrook News article on many occasions. Mr. Speaker, it is most regrettable, sir, that the cameras are aimed at me on this occasion. I would have liked this spectacle of Mr. Campbell's behavior to be broadcast for the nation to witness.
Somebody will fight the PPP and the graft that they're involved in. That's what the people want to see. And I will fight.
Honourable Member Mr. Campbell, we have lectured on the use of unparliamentary language. But I checked my thesaurus just now, and the particular standing order speaks to language which the Speaker may disallow. Thank you.
And so, like I said, Mr. Speaker, throughout his presentation, the nation was subjected to the same kind of duplicity, fancy footwork, splitting hairs, throughout his entire presentation in this House, Mr. Speaker, and throughout the entire week, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of Guyana's macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member spoke, first of all, cited with much aplomb. He cited with much aplomb the practice in Ghana. And he brandished, sir, a document that lists the spending made in Ghana from the authorized budget funding amount, which of course is governed by Ghanaian legislation. It's called the APFA in Ghana, governed, I believe, by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, if I'm not mistaken. A model, sir, with which I'm very familiar. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, they comply with what is required by the Ghanaian legislation. We have in this country, we're governed in this country by laws. And we have a Natural Resource Fund Act.
Honourable Member, Mr. Campbell.
The minister is entering into terrain that is currently before the court, sir.
Let's hear out the Honourable Minister, because reference was made in here concerning the Ghanaian legislation. It was held up as the ideal for us. I think the point that he is trying to make is they have their rules and laws and we have ours. But I don't want to...
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when I raised it, I said the reporting on the use of the funds is a good model to follow. I did not say that, and I particularly, if you go back to the Hansard, I said I will not drift into any area that's sub judice.
Yes, you did. But if it's a good I don't know where the minister is going with this. So if he's going to tell us, what is good for the goose and good for the gander, I want to hear.
Thank you very
He's
much.
standing on the permission of the speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too have no intentions of venturing into matters that are currently being considered by the courts of Guyana. But this matter was raised in the Honorable House by the Honorable Member. And I don't know if he expects that, or he believes that he enjoys some monopoly on the right to raise this matter with the expectation that I will not be responding, because in that case, he is grossly mistaken. I will repeat what I was saying a minute or two ago. In Ghana, they have their own legislation, and they follow their own model, and they comply with that model. We have in Guyana a Natural Resource Fund Act, which was passed by this National Assembly in 2021, in December 2021, in that very famous sitting of this Honorable House, when, of course, there was that much publicized incident with the attempted theft of the maize. And this Parliament enacted a Natural Resource Fund Act with which, well, first of all, which is vastly superior to what was in place previously, and with which we are in full compliance. And Mr. Speaker, on the questions concerned, without, like I said, prosecuting or attempting to prosecute this matter this evening or in this Honorable House, I will draw attention to the fact that there is a vast literature on this question of whether funds should be earmarked or not. There is a vast literature on this subject matter. And Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, for as long as that is what is in our law books, that is what we are required to comply with. If and when the law changes at some point in time in the future, this People's Progressive Party civic government will comply with the law, the extant law at the time. But Mr. Speaker, in its infinite wisdom, this House legislated that the transfers from the NRF will be transparent, will be transferred in accordance with a simple and parsimonious formula that every single Guyanese citizen will be able to understand, and that all of those revenues will be paid into the consolidated fund, and their utilization will be in accordance with the national budgetary process. And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what we are doing in accordance with the laws of Guyana. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honourable member to acquaint himself. And as with all of these matters, the jury is out and there's a vast literature out there, but there are compelling arguments why resource revenue should not be earmarked. I draw the honourable member's attention, sir, to a publication by the OECD. The OECD in 2019, sir, published, this is just one example, published in 2019 policy guidance. It's an OECD development policy tools. It's a publication in that series. And it is titled Using Extractive Revenues for Sustainable Development, subtitled Policy Guidance for Resource-Rich Countries. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole chapter in this publication on the pitfalls of earmarking natural resource revenue. There's a whole box 2.3, from page 24 to 25, and I'm just pulling out one box. The box is titled the pitfalls of earmarking natural resource revenue from the OECD. Now, I'm not saying this is the only view, sir. I'm not saying this is the only view, but this is a rather compelling view. And I don't present myself as a subject matter expert on anything. But I will say that this publication was authored by people who can legitimately and appropriately present themselves as subject matter experts. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member made much ado about macroeconomic performance and incurrence of debt. Mr. Speaker, it is this People's Progressive Party civic government and our predecessors that brought Guyana back from bankruptcy. I believe it was the Honourable Minister Onesh Walrond who read this morning from the 1993 budget, quoted from the 1993 budget speech, when more than 100% of government revenue was being utilized to service our debts. And it is a previous People's Progressive Party civic government that has brought us back from the bankruptcy in which the PNC had placed us. Mr. Speaker, today Guyana's debt to GDP ratio is the second lowest in the Western Hemisphere, thanks to prudent fiscal management by the People's Progressive Party. When countries around the hemisphere and around the world have a debt to GDP ratio, have debt to GDP ratios that exceed 100%, and in even more cases that exceed 60, 70, and 80%, Guyana's debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2025 was 28.6%. Like I said, the second lowest in the Western Hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, and the same applies to our debt service to revenue ratio. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, compared to the more than 100% that Minister Walrond referred to in 1993, in 2025, the debt service to revenue ratio in Guyana was 5.53%. Coming from a position where we were spending more than 100% of our revenue, we are now spending 5.5% of government revenue to service our debt. And at the same time, sir, we are investing aggressively to transform our country for the long term.
Let's build Guyana.
And at the same time, sir, we are improving and expanding social services. That, Mr. Speaker, that, sir, is prudent and responsible economic management. But the honourable member doesn't want to hear that. The honourable member instead, Mr. Speaker, believes that he can continue in the tradition of distorting the facts and distorting and misrepresenting the truth to present a false and inaccurate picture to the people of Guyana. But these are different times, sir.
But Honourable Minister, you're imputing now, right?
I withdraw, sir. I'll be guided by you, sir. I withdraw. The honourable member made much ado, sir, about the performance of the well, he gave this absolutely astonishing, he made this point, sir, about the rate of growth. And he made the point that we were growing at 46% and we are now growing at 16%. Mr. Speaker, when you start at 1 and you grow by 1 to 2, you're growing by 100%. When you grow from 2 to 3, you're no longer growing by 100%, you're now growing by 50%. When you grow from 3 to 4, you're no longer growing by 100% or 50%, you're now growing by 33%. When you grow from 4 to 5, you're still growing, your economy is still growing by the same absolute level, But your rate of growth, as you grow on a larger base, your rate of growth will decline. Mr. Speaker, that is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. It is not brain surgery. It's not even frying chicken. It's basic arithmetic. It's basic arithmetic. It's basic arithmetic. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member speaks of the non-oil economy. Sir, we know that apart from the services sector, Guyana has a very important non-oil extractive sector. We have gold, we have bauxite, we have other minerals, we have quarry stone and sand, etc. Mr. Speaker, just like, I believe it was, I don't recall who it was on their side, the honourable member cited when the gold industry was declaring 700,000 ounces during the APNU-AFC period. Mr. Speaker, that declaration was thanks to large-scale operators that the People's Progressive Party brought to Guyana. The honourable member cited AGM and Troy, that the PPP brought to Guyana, that they inherited, that were producing gold thanks to them coming to Guyana, thanks to the People's Progressive Party. And he cites that as the big example. Mr. Speaker, this matter has been ventilated on so many occasions previously. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member turns to bauxite. The honourable member turns to bauxite. Sir, when the People's Progressive Party demitted office in 2015, bauxite was being produced in the Berbice River. And more than 1,000 persons were working at the bauxite mines in Berbice. I believe it was the Honourable Minister Vanessa Ben, who spoke of the fact that people from Aichuni, Kwakwani, Linden, New Amsterdam were working in the bauxite industry in Berbice River. Mr. Speaker, the PNC, who the honourable member now represents in Parliament, is the party that sat down. Well, I don't know if he at that time was with, well, Anuk I guess didn't exist at that time. I don't know who he was with at that time. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who now heads the APNU contingent in this honourable
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, standing on 40A, but really and truly, this is an honourable house. And the Honourable Anand Prasad is saying that he's leaving to go call Kanu on me, imputing to me to be a drug dealer. I don't believe that that's the standard of the house.
Honourable member, I didn't hear that, but if honourable member is going to use that language, please desist. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and let me be crystal clear that this People's Progressive Party, civic party, and in government, whether in government or in opposition, we were in opposition at that time, we would always stand on the side of the working people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the PNC sat down and allowed the Berbice bauxite operations to be closed, allowed hundreds of workers, more than 1,000 workers, to be put out of work, even if there were labor issues. Instead of addressing, well, they didn't have a ministry of, did they have a ministry of labor? Did they have a ministry of labor? They cared, they didn't have a ministry of labor. Mr. Speaker, they didn't have a Ministry of Labor, so I don't know if that is what paralyzed them. But, Mr. Speaker, whether because they had shut down the Ministry of Labour or for whatever reason, they sat down and allowed those people to be put out of work. Those people were Lindeners. They came from Aichuni and Kwakwani. They came from New Amsterdam and elsewhere in the Berbice River. They were all put out of work because of the PNC, the APNU and AFC in government at the time. Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party will bring back an investor to resume bauxite production in the Berbice River. And we will work, sir. We have already worked with the investor, sir, to have metallurgical grade bauxite produced in Linden. And this year, sir, in Linden, we will exceed 4 million tons of bauxite in Linden. Hundreds more Lindeners are employed today in the bauxite industry that were employed. About 500 more Lindeners are employed. That's 500 Linden families are employed in the bauxite industry than were employed in 2020 in the bauxite industry as a result of us creating an investor-friendly environment in Linden. And they wonder, Mr. Campbell, wonder, sir, no amount of jack in the box, jumping up and down like a jack in the box, will compensate for the fact that he is part of a callous.
Honorable Minister, we also have like A in one of the words, phrases that we don't use. I had to caution the like a foul, remember?
No, certainly, sir. I would be guided by you. I withdraw. I think whatever the case, whatever. I withdraw, sir. And I'm perfectly happy to move on. No amount of histrionics. No amount of histrionics, sir, will compensate for the fact, will remove or erase or alter the fact that it is the PNC, the APNU, AFC, as they were then known, that presided over the collapse of the bauxite industry, hurting Lindeners and hurting people of New Amsterdam and people of the Berbice River. No amount of history will rewrite that history.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on 40A. It was the Berbice, the Russell company to which you referred, who fired their own workers at, on the Berbice River and left Guyana, taking out their equipment. At no point did the government fire anyone, and he's imputing to the government at that time something that they did not cause, sir. If the Honourable Minister has evidence to the contrary, I'm challenging him to produce it now, sir.
Honourable Member, Mr. Campbell, this one is very hard for me to rule on, having been involved as Minister of Labour in that dispute, which started a little while and had many actors at that time, then inherited by Minister Gopal, and then a Department of Labour. So it's a difficult one. From where I was, there is a lot of credibility to the position taken by the Honourable Minister, because I was there, in Cabinet too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Suffice it, sir, to say.
Honourable Minister, I was about to say, suffice it to say, I was even called racist by some actors.
Well, there you go, sir. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, sir, we have the benefit of your prior experience in this matter, as we do on so many other matters where we get the benefit of your wisdom and experience. Suffice it to say, sir, that it was the APNU AFC who were in government.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on 40A again.
Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, you have pointed out that this matter was complex and started when you were Minister of Labour, then passed on to the Honourable N.K. Gopal when I think he was Minister of Labour, and then would have passed on to whosoever succeeded him at the, in the APNU AFC. So this was a matter, the issue of poor industrial relations precede.
Okay, you're treading on grounds which you don't have first-hand knowledge. But the Honorable Minister was making a particular point, and I need to allow him to complete because of the facts that I know, right?
Mr. Speaker, I was in fact about to move on. I was simply going to make the point, sir. All that I was going to say, suffice it to say, that it was the APNU AFC who were in government at the time that the Berbice River bauxite operations were closed down and people were put out of work. That is all. Now I understand that that is a government that said government is not responsible for creating jobs. So I can understand why they probably felt it's not their problem, and if the people are in work or not, it's not their problem. That's a different matter. But all that I was going to say is that at the time that the Berbice River bauxite operations were closed down, it is the APNU AFC that were in government, and who therefore, whether by action or inaction, presided as the incumbent government over a situation that saw nearly 1,000 Guyanese families put out of income. And that is in the bauxite industry, not to mention all that is widely known about the sugar industry. And Mr. Speaker, I could go on for a very long time on various matters. Mr. Speaker, much ado, sir, was made of an IDB report that cites a poverty statistic.
Go to that wall.
Mr. Speaker,
The 58%.
Mr. Speaker, the 58%. Mr. Speaker, the report is unambiguous. On page 41, it has an appendix that is headed up, Appendix, Tables and Figures. And the title of that appendix, it's Appendix Table AOA, Surveys Analyzed by Country. And it lists the countries. And it says, for Guyana, source, Bureau of Statistics. Survey, Labor Force Survey. Years, 2016 to 2018, 2021. For those who need to be reminded, the period 2016 to 2018 fell squarely during the APNU AFC's tenure in government. And 2021 was in the heart of the COVID-19 shutdown. Mr. Speaker, the report is clear, page 41. 2016 to 2018, so that poverty statistic that they were trotting out is an APNU AFC legacy. It's an APNU AFC legacy. It says it here clearly. The report is titled 10 Findings About Poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's published by the IDB as working paper number IDB WP 01644. It's dated November 2024. And on page 41, it says that the survey analyzed for Guyana was the labor force survey for 2016 to 2018 and 2021 when we were in the depths of COVID-19.
We told them, but they flew over their head.
No. On this, I rarely disagree with my cabinet colleagues. It did not fly over their heads, Honorable Minister Zulfikar Ali. This is a pattern of behavior.
Selective choosing of information and not putting the whole facts.
Selective interpretation. Selective quotation. Chronic and barefaced distortion. This is a pattern of behavior.
Misleading the country.
But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The people, they say in
Mr.
Guyana,
Speaker.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
I'm forced to stand again because the Honorable Minister said chronic, 40A, sir. He imputed chronic distortion. That would be to everyone, including myself, who would have cited the 58%. That's the latest available evidence that we have on poverty in Guyana.
And the reason, sir, that there is not a more up-to-date is because the PPP government did not submit the necessary data for an updated report.
Okay, you stood on a point of order. If you want explanation, I will have to ask permission for the honorable member to take his seat. But I want to rule on the point of order, but chronic distortion. I sat for 5 days and hear that we have 58% and 32%. And made out as if that is in existence now. No reference to the data, and I'm happy I'm hearing when the data was pulled from. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission and approbation, sir, I will repeat that while speaker after speaker on that side repeated that statistic, not one of them chose to turn to page 41 and disclose that the data related to 2016 to 2018 period. Not one of them. And once again, sir, further on this matter, I say not. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, sir, there is something called basic common sense. There's something called basic common sense. Mr. Speaker, this report explains that it is measuring poverty during the APNU period, admittedly. It is measuring poverty against a particular poverty line. Mr. Speaker, that poverty line is defined on page 3. The section called methods. And in that methods section, it describes the analytical approach, and it describes the poverty lines that are used in this document. Sir, let me quote from the report. The report says, and I quote, "We use 2 poverty lines for this paper. Rather than constructing new lines, we draw on lines already monitored by the World Bank. For extreme poverty, we use the cutoff of $3.65 per capita per day, which the World Bank defines as the median poverty line for lower middle-income countries. Teteba et al., 2022. I further quote, sir, that moderate poverty refers to individuals living with an income between $3.65 per day and $6.85 per day, where $6.85 per day is defined by the World Bank as the median poverty line for upper middle-income countries. Mr. Speaker, if we take the moderate poverty line of $6.85 per day, let us round that up. My arithmetic is not what it used to be when I was younger. Let us round it up for convenience to $7 per day. And let us use, again for arithmetic convenience, 200 to 1. $7 per day at 200 to 1 is 1,400 Guyana dollars. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the honourable member to find anybody in Guyana working for 1,400 Guyana dollars per day. I challenge him to find anybody working for or willing to work for 1,400 Guyana dollars per day. Unskilled laborers, sir. Unskilled, and everybody knows this. Everybody in Guyana knows this. That an unskilled laborer
$8,000 a day
does not come out of his bed and does not leave his yard for less than, Minister Jill says 8,000 Guyana dollars a day. Sir, common sense would tell you, sir, that you can't get nobody is working for that amount of money in Guyana. Nobody. Sir, if the honorable member can find people who are working at that rate and willing to work at that rate, bring them and we will pay them. We will employ them. But Mr. Speaker, it is convenient to continue to repeat the misrepresentation. And it is this convenient and now ingrained habit of misrepresentation. Like I said, could go on and on. We have a labor market survey, sir, that has shown how incomes have risen and how employment has grown and how unemployment has been halved.
And how costs have gone up.
Sir, and how unemployment has been halved. Sir, Mr. Speaker, that survey is publicly available and many members quoted from it. Mr. Speaker, but it is this chronic habit. It is this chronic habit of selective citation of statistics, whether accurate or otherwise, that has been displayed for a very long time by the APNU, AFC, the PNC, that has resulted now in their complete and abject loss of credibility with the people of Guyana, and that has directly resulted in them being consigned to 12 seats in the backbenches. There is a direct nexus because today, sir, the Guyanese people are much wiser. They are much wiser. They are much, much wiser, sir. With the result, sir, that as others have said before me, those who, for one reason or another, could not, of course, the People's Progressive Party won a very solid majority. But we are a democracy and people are free to choose, and we will always protect and defend that. And there are some who are still not prepared to choose the People's Progressive Party. And we will continue to work to win their hearts and minds, and we will win their hearts and minds. But sir, there are some who were die-hard PNC, and they can't bring themselves to vote for the PPP. But Mr. Speaker, in 2025, they decided that they did not want to have anything to do with the PNC any longer, and they walked away from the PNC. And you saw it, Mr. Speaker, in Linden, you saw it in Georgetown, you saw it in New Amsterdam, and you saw it in villages throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. And the tragic reality, sir, is that they still have not learned their lesson. They still have the same behavior. The same behavior continue. Mr. Speaker, imagine the tens of thousands of those people. It has everything to do with the budget. Because tens of thousands of those people preferred to walk away from the PNC and walk towards a party headed by an individual who is subject to international sanctions. Can you imagine that? They walked away from you. They walked away from you. You love the Lindeners, but the Lindeners discarded you. You love the Lindeners, but you did nothing for the Lindeners, and they discarded you. They discarded you. And they preferred to go and walk away to a brand new political entity headed by an internationally sanctioned individual, rather than vote for the PNC. Well, the PPP won 36 seats. You won 12. The PNC won 36. The PPP won 36 seats. You scrape home with 12. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and so, sir, tens of thousands of people, some came to the People's Progressive Party, and the rest of them went to win. That's a reality. That's what happened in Guyana. Associating themselves, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, jeopardizing themselves. Jeopardizing themselves. Mr. Speaker, jeopardizing themselves, sir. Jeopardizing themselves by associating themselves now with a party headed by a sanctioned individual. Mr. Speaker, and I turn now, sir, to the leader of the opposition. I turn now, sir, to the leader of the opposition. And having listened to the presentation by the leader of the opposition,
Go ahead, Ashley.
having listened to the leader of the opposition,
Having listened to the reading lessons. Now that you finish with me, I got.
Why you gone? Sit right here. Before you want to come, my boy.
That's why we love Annette. Where is Annette? Where is Annette? We love Annette. Bring back Annette.
Sit right here.
The leader of the opposition. Combined opposition.
That's how chickens behave. That's how chickens behave.
And I'll be following you online.
I expected better of you, Honorable Mahipal. Be careful who you follow. Be careful who you follow. Be careful about following the night watchman. Be careful about following the night watchman or the T-baller. Mr. Speaker, I turn now, sir, to the leader of the opposition. And, sir, I believe that we really are at a very important point, almost an inflection point in the political evolution of our country. Because the PNC has evidently been decimated and discarded, consigned to the dustbins of historic irrelevance. Some have come over to us, and others have sought refuge, like I said, by a new political party founded by a sanctioned individual. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, and in doing so, sir, were willing, knowingly or unwittingly, to jeopardize themselves by this association. Mr. Speaker, I wish, sir, to quote from the U.S. Treasury Department press release issued, sir, on June 11th, 2024, on the matter of the sanctions. That press release said, it started, today the Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, sanctioned members of one of Guyana's wealthiest families, Nazar Mohhammed and his son Azruddin Mohammed, their company Mohammed's Enterprise, etc., etc. It goes on to indicate other parties who were sanctioned, including business entities namely Hadi's World, Team Mohammed's racing team, etc. It details, sir, the offenses committed. And it says, amongst other things, that between 2019 and 2023, Mohammed's enterprise omitted more than 10,000 kilograms of gold from import and export declarations and avoided paying more than 50 million in duty taxes to the government of Guyana. It goes on further to say that OFAC is designating Azruddin and Mohammed's enterprise for being persons who have materially assisted, sponsored, or provided financial, material, or technological support for, or goods or services to, or in support of corruption, including the misappropriation of state assets, the expropriation of private assets for personal gain, corruption related to government contracts, or the extraction of natural resources or bribery that is conducted by a foreign person. And it continues. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, our country was regaled with the news of an unsealed United States District Court indictment on the said Azruddin Mohammed. And in that unsealed indictment, it said that the named individual did knowingly, and I quote, did knowingly and with the intent to further the objects of the conspiracy, combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with each other and others, known and unknown to the grand jury, to commit offenses against the United States. That is, to knowingly and with intent to defraud, devise, and intend to devise a scheme and artifice to defraud and to obtain money and property by means of materially false and fraudulent premises, representations, and promises, knowing that the pretenses, representations, and promises were false and fraudulent when made, etc., etc., including in connection with interstate and foreign commerce, and it goes on. Mr. Speaker, it spoke about a conspiracy by the defendants, in quotes, to unlawfully enrich themselves and defraud the government of Guyana in connection with taxes and royalties. It spoke about offenses committed in the United States of America, coordinated with Company One via electronic communications between Guyana and Miami to transport gold sold by Mohammed's enterprise from Guyana to Miami and Dubai via Miami. And in connection with those shipments that the defendants caused payments to Company One from bank accounts in Guyana to the Southern District of Florida. It goes on to speak of Company Two, whom the defendants caused to ship empty wooden boxes, Mr. Speaker, with seals from gold buyers. It goes on, sir, to state that the defendants reused empty boxes with intact GRA and Guyana Gold Board seals.
Empty boxes.
For shipments of gold to make it appear that Mohammed's enterprise had paid Guyana taxes and royalties on shipments of gold, when in truth and in fact, Mohammed's enterprise had not paid them on those shipments of gold. It spoke of shipments through Miami with at least 10,000 kilograms of gold, resulting in a loss to the Guyanese authorities of approximately $50 million US. And it spoke of the defendants using those proceeds for their own personal benefit. Mr. Speaker, it goes on, sir, to speak of conspiracy to commit money laundering. And I quote, from in or around 2017 and continuing through on or about June 11th, 2024 in Miami-Dade County in the Southern District of Florida and elsewhere, the defendants did knowingly and voluntarily combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with each other and others, known and unknown to the grand jury, to commit offenses, etc., in connection, of course, sir, with the offense of committing money laundering. It spoke of the purpose of the conspiracy. It said that the purpose of the conspiracy by the defendants was to unlawfully enrich themselves by engaging in a scheme to defraud, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, and I could go on, sir, but this is a document, this document is publicly available. Mr. Speaker, most people in Guyana would read this document and be shocked and horrified. They would want to know if this is a movie they're watching. They would want to know if this is a movie they're watching. Mr. Speaker, but this is not, these are occurrences and events that are in the minds of most Guyanese unfathomable, unimaginable. Mr. Speaker, I want, sir, of course, as I simply quoted, sir, from a public document, and I will defer, obviously the Attorney General has addressed this matter in his own presentation, and he posed some questions to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, which remain unanswered to date, up to now. And the matter is, of course, engaging the attention of the court system. So I will not, sir, elaborate further on that matter. I have infinite faith in the court system in Guyana, and I have no doubt that the matter will be considered and determined. I wish, sir, because we listened, sir, to a presentation that would ordinarily, I think to most people, appear on the surface to be very convincing. Because we heard the Leader of the Opposition espouse his concern for the ordinary Guyanese citizen, the poor people of Guyana. He presented himself, sir, as a moral authority, as a champion of the vulnerable in Guyana. And if you looked at that presentation on the surface, if you were an outsider, or maybe even a Martian, an outsider to our planet, unfamiliar with what has been going on our planet and even in our country, I can understand why you might be mesmerized. You might be convinced. Maybe not mesmerized. The reading did get a little bit monotonous after a while. But I can understand why some may have been or could be convinced. But of course, Mr. Speaker, you can't have committed these offenses and not be a very sophisticated, even perhaps manipulative individual. You can't have committed these offenses. And, sir, I don't wish, like I said, to pronounce or express judgment or an opinion on this matter. I will defer to the courts of Guyana. But I want to share with the people of Guyana some extracts from an article carried by The Guardian, which is a highly respected, and this article is not about the leader of the opposition. It's not about the leader of the opposition of Guyana. I want to read this article from The Guardian. The article is headed up, well, it's dated 29th of April 2001, Sunday, I believe, 29th of April 2001. And it, like I said, was published by The Guardian. And it's a two-part article. And that two-part article is called Killing Pablo. Now, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the title, but I'm reading it as it is.
Which one of the Guardians? They got so many Guardian newspapers all over.
Well, it's theguardian.com, sir. It's online as theguardian.com.
Okay.
www.theguardian.com. But it's a story that has been widely documented all over the world. There are books and movies, there are academic papers, there are theses that have been written, theses and dissertations that have been written on this very case. Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody to nod off, so I don't want to ask anybody to close their eyes as they listen to this story. But I see the Honorable Minister Manichan has her eyes wide open behind her sunglasses. And I'm not going to suggest that anybody closes their eyes, sir, because this is a matter that is so grave that every single citizen of Guyana
should hear it.
Needs to listen to this story and needs to keep their eyes very, very wide open. Sir, this is what, and like I said, there's a reason why I said I don't want you to close your eyes. You may close your eyes and you may imagine that it is not an individual called Pablo that the story is about. And you may substitute for the name Pablo any name that you believe might fit the story.
I'm going to school today. I'm going to school today. Trying that. Let's go. What appropriate
I'm not suggesting any name, sir. Mr. Speaker, in the preface, the prefatory paragraph to the article, the author, Mark Bowden, who incidentally wrote a book on this matter, says, and I quote, Colombian drug baron, playboy, and politician, Pablo Escobar, started out as a car thief and became the world's 7th richest man. In the first of 2 extracts from his new book, Mark Bowden explains how the school teacher's son, the son of an innocent school teacher, would let nothing stand in his way, not even the might of the United States government. The teacher's son is Pablo in this story. Sir, the article reads as follows, and I quote again. As his fortune grew and his fame spread, Pablo began tending his public image, conscientiously denying any official connection to his illicit enterprises and working hard to appear likable, although his reputation terrified even hardened Medellin criminals. Employing leftist rhetoric when it suited his needs, Pablo played upon popular resentment of the established powers in Bogota and the historically hard feelings towards the United States. It goes on, it gets very interesting, sir. It says, surrounded by bodyguards and worshipful associates, he had begun to see himself differently. It wasn't enough anymore to have succeeded on the streets of Medellin or to dominate the international drug trade. Somewhere along the way, Pablo had begun to see himself as a great man. The story goes on. Politics was the next logical step. In 1978, he was elected as a substitute city council member in Medellin. He helped underwrite the presidential campaign of President Betancourt that year, loaning the campaign planes and helicopters, and also contributed liberally to the campaign of Betancourt's rival, Julio Turbay. So, underwriting the campaign, loaning planes, and contributing liberally to the rival as well.
We heard that tonight in the House.
I don't know if that sounds familiar.
Somebody said they supported both sides and as a businessman. Oh, yeah. We heard that tonight.
Mr. Speaker, the story goes on. 2 years later, Pablo backed the formation of a new national political movement.
Another movement.
A word, sir, that we heard used with pride right in this honorable house.
Wake up, guys.
2 years later, Pablo backed the formation of a new national political movement, etc., etc. In 1982, he ran for Congress himself.
I read this book. I witnessed it.
Mr. Speaker, the story goes on. It said, so Pablo became a congressman. He became a congressman. It was just a substitute position. It was just a substitute position. I'm not going to use the word shadow position or position on the other side or whatever you want to call it. I'm quoting faithfully from the article. It was just a substitute position, but the victory seemed precisely the validation he had sought. Mr. Speaker, given the Colombian Constitution, the post conferred automatic judicial immunity. So Pablo could no longer be prosecuted for crimes under Colombian law. That's, of course, Colombian law, not Guyanese law. He was entitled to a diplomatic visa, which he began using that year to take trips with his family to the United States. He posed in front of the White House with his young son.
This is his normal story here now, man.
And began enjoying for the first time the mansions he had purchased for himself in Miami. Full stop. Pablo had arrived. Full stop. He told his friends that he intended someday soon to be the president of Colombia.
And people probably used to call him president.
The boss.
Actually, it's interesting that you should say that. Because he founded, the story continues, he founded his own newspaper, Medellin Civico. Of course, that predated social media and social media pages. So in those days, he founded his own newspaper, Medellin Civico, which produced occasional fawning profiles of its benefactor. Yes, I remember him, one Escobar admirer said in its pages, his hands almost priest-like, drawing parabolas of friendship and generosity in the air. The hands drawing parabolas of friendship and generosity in the air. Yes, I know him. His eyes weeping because there is not enough bread for all of the nation's dinner tables. I have watched his tortured feelings when he sees street children, angels without toys, without a present, without a fortune. Pablo sponsored art exhibitions to raise money for charity. He founded Medellin Without Slums, an organization that sought to continue his housing programs for the poor.
Somebody's been studying somebody here.
He took walking tours of city slums with 2 local priests whose friendship implied the blessings of the church.
Quarantine pastors. Bagot. Philippi.
At this time, he went to great lengths to erase evidence of his more sordid criminal past while still flaunting it in private. And he undertook an aggressive campaign to be seen as a benevolent, law-abiding citizen. He hired publicists and paid off journalists.
Sound familiar?
I'm reading, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading, sir, from this article. Mr. Speaker, with his election, Pablo became a popular public figure. To an increasingly admiring Bogota press, he became Colombia's own Robin Hood. In April 1983, the magazine Semana profiled him warmly, noting only that the sources of his wealth never ceased to be the object of speculation. Waving his diamond and gold Rolex, admitting to his ownership of a fleet of planes and helicopters and vast real estate holdings worldwide. In the article, Pablo traced the origin of his estimated $5 billion fortune to a bicycle rental business, which he said he had started in Medellin when he was 16 years old. He went on to say, in quotes, I dedicated some years to the lottery. Then I got into the business of buying and selling cars. And finally, I ended up in property. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, he and other narco kingpins were, at least for this brief period, popular heroes, the embodiment of cool, as glamorous as they were dangerous in pop culture portrayals, such as the TV program Miami Vice. In real life, Pablo played his role with panache. Mr. Speaker, with panache. Mr. Speaker, Honorable James Bond, is smiling with what I believe is familiar recognition. Pablo played his role with panache. Mr. Speaker, by 1984, he was untouchable in Medellin. He moved openly around the city, attending bullfights and nightclubs, throwing parties at his estates, all the while officially a fugitive. Popular and powerful, he had clearly bought off the police and courts there, and anyone who considered standing up against him was marked for assassination. Mr. Speaker, and the story goes on. And it gets more and more gruesome. Mr. Speaker, further down the article, Pablo was usually tipped off well in advance of any effort to arrest him. And he had homes scattered throughout the mountainous Medellin area. And Mr. Speaker, the story continues and tells the gruesome tale, sir, of how this behavior continued and continued until, sir, I can't even bring myself to read all of this article, how gruesome it gets. But I'm seeing some parts here, I think, that need to be mentioned. Mr. Speaker, it says that he had bombed or bribed just about every official in Colombia. But it was so clear that no one in Bogota was going to cut a deal that would jeopardize all important ties with the United States government. So what do you think Pablo then decided to do? Pablo then began trying to work some influence in Washington. He had tried to retain a lobbying firm managed by Henry Kissinger in an effort to influence the Reagan administration. And he retained a lawyer who worked in the same firm as Jeb Bush, son of the president-elect, hoping to eventually persuade the younger Bush to approach his father. Both efforts failed. Mr. Speaker, and this is why I said it became gruesome. No, the Honorable Attorney General is right. There are some gory and gruesome. Mr. Speaker, there are some gruesome and gory details to this story that I am terrified to read. I don't even want to read them. There are some gory and gruesome details to this story. Bomb the plane carrying civilians. A commercial flight. Bomb the plane, bombed an Avianca commercial flight. Bombed the plane. Bombed a commercial Avianca flight. Gruesome, Mr. Speaker. Killing 110 people on the plane. Mr. Speaker, it was an act of audacious cruelty. And Mr. Speaker, it is these atrocities that would prove ultimately to be fatal mistakes. They made Pablo enemies who were far more powerful than any he had faced before. Downing a commercial airliner was an attack on global civilization. It meant that Pablo now posed a direct threat to American citizens. And it goes on. Mr. Speaker, This is a terrifying story. It's a terrifying story. And it is not my want, sir, to superimpose any parallels, direct or indirect, obvious or obscure, to this story. But I ask all Guyanese people, through you, sir, while keeping your eyes wide open, to close your eyes and ask yourself if this story sounds familiar. If it rings a bell. We, sir, are at an extremely important juncture in our country's history. And, sir, just like in the case of Pablo, tragically, sir, it is the most vulnerable who are being exploited in pursuit of a very narrow personal effort to save oneself. To save oneself. And I felt sad, Mr. Speaker. I felt sad as I sat here and listened to the leader of the opposition speak. Read. Because he too is a young Guyanese person. And I asked myself, how did he end up here? In this situation? And I went beyond, sir. I thought of all of the innocent people who are being seduced, recruited and seduced into this effort with no thought of consequence for them. With no thought of consequence for them, sir, who are being recruited and seduced with one objective in mind. Mr. Speaker, if the honorable leader of the opposition is innocent, then let the court process proceed and let him prove his innocence, as I'm sure he will endeavor to do. If he could. But tragically, Mr. Speaker, tragically, sir, the leader of the opposition has chosen to ensnare everybody. All the members of his family, innocent, poor people, vulnerable people, recruiting them by whatever means to this quote-unquote political movement. With, one might speculate, the hope that somehow this will protect him. Mr. Speaker, the tale of Pablo is a cautionary tale. It's a cautionary tale. And we have a duty as right-thinking Guyanese citizens, and there are many, the overwhelming majority of Guyanese citizens are right-thinking. We have a duty, Mr. Speaker. It will not happen. The court process will go its way and will continue and will reach its eventual culmination or conclusion. Mr. Speaker, but at some point in time, those innocent people who got disenfranchised with the PNC, didn't feel that they could come with the PPP, ended up over there. Some of them had a grouse, some of them felt they were treated badly, some of them couldn't bring themselves to vote for the PPP, ended up over there. At some point in time, sir, they will be left high and dry. And, sir, one of their frontbenchers, a shadow minister no less, in her innocent delusion, said that even when they carry the money was still there. We all recall that statement. That even when they carry he, I'm not calling any names, sir, said that even when they carry he, the money goes still there. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, sir, the Guyanese people are a lot wiser than to allow ourselves to go too far down this road.
And the education you're giving them tonight is helping.
They may not always be happy with the People's Progressive Party. We may not always get it right. Out of 10 things, we probably do 8 very well. We probably do one reasonably well. And number 10, we probably do not so well. We will not always get it right. But we get the overwhelming majority of things right. And we will continue to spend every single day, Mr. Speaker, not only this week and this month, every day for the next 5 years, to ensure that the people of Guyana see steady and sustainable improvements in their lives, and to ensure that our country does not end up down the abysmal path of becoming captured by Pablo and the likes of Pablo. Mr. Speaker, we commit ourselves to doing that work in order to protect our country and to protect the Guyanese people. There are some who, for the short term, may have been convinced for one reason or another that they would like to be over there. But we in the People's Progressive Party have infinite faith in the soundness of the judgment of the Guyanese people. And so I say with the greatest of respect, to the leader of the opposition, and I'm saying this publicly, I say with the greatest of respect to the leader of the opposition, through you, sir, prove your innocence in court, as is your right. Prove your innocence in court. But through you again, sir, I beg of the leader of the opposition, do not ensnare innocent, vulnerable Guyanese people in this effort to save yourself. If you are innocent, you will prove that innocence. But do not ensnare poor, innocent Guyanese people. It is the most, I don't want to use an inappropriate word, sir, but it is an extremely alarming exploitation. We have seen callous in Guyana before, particularly from the PNC. We have seen mercilessness. But this is a particularly callous effort to ensnare and endanger people. To ensnare and endanger people with purely selfish objectives. Purely selfish objectives. So I say, sir, on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, that we are working hard, we are trying to build a modern Guyana, and we spent the whole of the last week speaking about the modern Guyana that we're building. Have we solved every problem already? We haven't. We're working every day to solve problems.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. That is what responsible governments do. And we have been very clear, sir, that the Guyana that we are building is not a Guyana where anybody will have to sit around waiting for a Pablo or a Pedro, or whatever you might want to call him, to come along to give them a small piece or whatever you want to call them. The Guyana that we are building, sir, is a Guyana where every single Guyanese person will be able to get a good quality education and training so that they can take care of themselves, to be able to get a good quality job so that they can earn for themselves, to be able to become a homeowner on their own so they don't depend on anybody to go and build a house for them and then own them for the rest of their lives, and be able to ensnare them in some inappropriate enterprise. The Guyana that we're building is a Guyana where everybody, every family, having become homeowners, will be able to own their own car, will be able to educate their children, will be able to live more comfortably, and we are seeing that. Mr. Speaker, in every single social indicator, number of students attending high school, number of students passing examinations, access to improved health care, of course. Obviously, not every problem has been solved in the education sector, the health sector. But nobody can stand up with a straight face and say that the quality of health care and the quality of education they get today is vastly superior. Vastly superior to what they benefited from 5 years ago. Nobody can say that with a straight face.
I'm looking for a PNC doctor, though.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have taken the position, whatever your political orientation might be, if you want training to become a doctor or nurse, we train you for free, and you are guaranteed a job when you finish the training. We are increasing the places for medical training so that you can access training in the medical sciences in regions 2 and 6 and elsewhere. We recognize that we need engineers, and we want young boys and girls to become engineers, and we have said you must not only be able to become an engineer by coming to Turkine campus or to Tain campus. Well, in fact, you couldn't do engineering at Tain campus. We have said we will now deliver engineering in regions 2, in region 6, and elsewhere, region 3. You can't come to the coast to have access to university education. We will deliver it to your home in your village through the Gold Scholarship Program.
We're doing that.
You can't come to the coast, or you live in the hinterland and you are not well, and it's a small village that doesn't have a big hospital. We will diagnose you using telemedicine. And on the basis of that diagnosis, we will treat you. This, sir, is the Guyana that we're building. You historically never used to get water in your village. We will sink a well and we will build a water distribution system. You historically never used to have access to electricity. We will deliver a solar panel and a household unit if you are too far away from a mini grid. And if you're living in a heavily populated community, we will build a mini grid for you in your community. Mr. Speaker, they came, they trotted out all week and said, well, in fact, the leader of the opposition today said, putting people last. I think he said that with a lot of mirth and amusement.
He wants to be put first.
He's the only one that must come first.
Sir, to all of the children who will be enjoying improved access to quality education in the more than 100 newly constructed modern schools across the country, and who will benefit from the 40 additional schools that we are building right now, we are putting those children first. Their parents who no longer have to buy textbooks, their teachers who no longer have to worry about buying basic school necessities because we are giving school grants, we are putting those teachers and those parents first. Mr. Speaker, the 14,000 children whose parents no longer have to shoulder the full cost of CSEC and CAPE. We are paying the exam for you. So no child will be told you cannot write 8 subjects because your parents can't afford to pay the fees. And all of us know, Mr. Speaker, of children who in a previous era could not write the number of CSEC subjects that they were able to write, simply because their parents could not afford it. All of us know children who could have gone on to do CAPE, but whose parents chose not to. They were brilliant children, capable of going on to CAPE, capable of winning scholarships, doing well at CAPE and winning the scholarships that would come with topping the country at CAPE, but did not go on to write CAPE because their parents could not afford to send them. And we are saying to you, we will pay for the CAPE. We will pay for the CSEC. We will put the textbooks in the schools. We will give you a cash grant. Every single child, $85,000 a month. $85,000 a year, sorry. We will give you the Because We Care cash grant, $85,000 a year. A cash grant, incidentally, which was taken away by the AP and UAFC. We restored it. We have increased it. We have added a transportation grant, and when you add the uniform grant, it comes up to the very respectable sum of $85,000 a year for every single child. So when you say the budget has nothing for anybody, tell that to the parents of those children. And their solution, they can't even figure out what their solution. Some of them say, we will increase the cash grant. Some of them say, 5Bs, bring back the 32 dilapidated buses. Not to mention the fact that we have been distributing, providing buses too in remote communities. Mr. Speaker, in the public health care system, the people who will enjoy world-class care at Lima, Dikendron, Diamond, Enmore, Bath, number 75 Village, modern hospitals. And there's no denying, if you visit those hospitals, I had the privilege of visiting the number 75 Village Hospital not so long ago. I was in Barbies, as I am frequently. A brand new hospital, staffed by specialist doctors, including highly talented and highly qualified Guyanese doctors. All of those patients who are going to benefit from that world-class health care, sir, they don't count. You have 38,000 who have already benefited. You have hundreds of elective surgeries and emergency surgeries that have been done. The hearing aids that we will distribute, the assistive aids that we will distribute. The more than 90,000 old age pensioners who will receive an increased pension. They're not going to be benefiting from this budget, Mr. Speaker. And so we have listened, Mr. Speaker, and I could go on in every sector, in the farming communities, the sugar workers who will continue to be able to work in the sugar industry as we continue to strive to modernize the industry and make it viable and competitive. They don't count. The rice farmers who will continue to benefit from our extension services and our support with paddy and fertilizer, they don't count. The cash crop farmers who will benefit from the hope-like canals that we are building to make sure that the risk of flooding is minimized. And we are building those hope-like canals in regions, in Region 6, in Region 5, and in Region 3. Hope-like canals. They don't count. The farmers who will be planting the 100,000 plus acres of new land that will be opening up for cultivation, they don't count. Well, Mr. Speaker, we count them. And I can assure you, we will continue to put all of those people first. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure that we're building out, the roads that for so long have been inadequate, to handle the rapidly growing traffic. Many speakers on our side of the House made reference to the fact that now in 3 months, we import 10,000 basically, a whole series, 9,999 motor vehicles are imported within 3 months. Those are Guyanese families becoming owners of their own transportation. And that didn't happen by magic, Mr. Speaker. It didn't happen by magic. It happened, Mr. Speaker, because, very simply, it happened, sir, because more of them are working, more of them are earning, more of them are in a position to go to the bank and take a loan because they now have an income, they now have a demonstrated accumulation of some amount of savings in the bank, they are financially included, they are credit worthy, they have assets that they can pledge, and the banks consider them to be a good credit risk. Mr. Speaker, on that matter alone, I can speak for hours. Sir, if you look, Mr. Speaker, at the manner in which private sector credit has grown, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we understand what is happening. Mr. Speaker, credit by the banking system to households. We have to understand what's going on. This 10,000 cars every quarter didn't happen by magic. The banks don't lend people who are not earning or who don't demonstrate a good credit risk. You have to have a good credit risk because the banks are lending other people's savings. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2019, or if you want to fast forward even to the end of 2020, it doesn't matter. Either benchmark will give you the same result. At the end of 2020, total credit by the banking system for the purchase of motor cars was $10 billion, $10.4 billion. The year before it was 9.3. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, total credit for the purchase of motor cars is now a whopping $33.3 billion, more than 3 times what it was in 2020. More than 3 times. That is $33 billion have been lent to Guyanese families. Mr. Speaker, let us, sir, process. I know you, of course, are a distinguished economist yourself, so I know you will process these numbers faster than most. Let us process for a moment what has happened with private sector credit just for the purchase of motor vehicles. The banks in Guyana have lent Guyanese households $33 billion, meaning they have found enough Guyanese borrowers who are sufficiently creditworthy, meaning they either had assets that they could pledge and or they had a stream of income that the bank was satisfied will be able to repay the loan, to lend, Mr. Speaker, $33 billion to Guyanese families to buy motor cars. Process that for a minute. The answer, the reason, sir, is very simple. The reason is very simple. More Guyanese people are working, more own their own home, so they can pledge their home or an asset as a collateral. More Guyanese families have a level of disposable income that demonstrates creditworthiness. They are therefore a good credit risk, and the banks have confidence in them. The banks, as you know, are very conservative in Guyana. So imagine even with this conservative posture. Mr. Speaker, this is reflected everywhere. It's reflected in every single sector. It's reflected in every single sector. Mr. Speaker, I could be here for a very long time. I could be here for a very long time, sir. If you look at every category of vehicle registration, Mr. Speaker, if you look at private sector credit and the manner in which private sector credit on the whole has increased. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2020, total credit by the banking system amounted to 259 billion Guyana dollars, 259.8 billion Guyana dollars at the end of 2019. Hold that number, 259.8. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, that number, which you will recall at the end of 2020 was 259 billion. At the end of 2025, it is $531.8 billion. More than double. More than double. And it went to Guyanese businesses in agriculture, in mining, manufacturing, services, credit to households. Mr. Speaker, credit to households has doubled. At the end of 2019, credit to households was 33.5 billion. It was 34.1 billion at the end of 2020. At the end of 2025, it is $66 billion. These are not, Mr. Speaker, real estate mortgages. At the end of 2020, real estate mortgages amounted to 90.6 billion. At the end of 2025, real estate mortgages amounted to $185 billion. Double in 5 years, double. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that every single Guyanese who wants to set up a small business, we want them to be able to access credit, access financing for their business. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, our president made an announcement that we will establish an SME development bank.
100 million US injected in this year.
This budget includes $100 million US. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to use that money to give small business loans to small entrepreneurs, sir, at zero interest, at zero collateral. We will not ask them to pledge collateral, and we will not charge them any interest. And what is more, sir, is we will work with them to be able to access additional financing with commercial banks, and we will work with them at a concessional rate. And we have already described the mechanism under which that will be done, that they can access up to another $7 million. And Mr. Speaker, our ultimate objective is for them to graduate out of this program and become small and medium-sized entrepreneurs who can stand on their own 2 feet. And so, Mr. Speaker, like I said, I could go on for a very long time, but perhaps I will save some of that for another occasion. I will conclude, sir, very simply. By saying the following. We really are at a truly historic moment in our country's history. In so many ways. And the people of Guyana are demonstrating a greater sophistication in their political judgments than at any other time in our country's history. And we saw this in 2025. And Mr. Speaker, our pledge to all Guyanese is that not a single day will go by over the course of the next 5 years. Not a single day or a single hour will go by over the course of the next 5 years that we, led by our president, will not be working hard to convince every single Guyanese person, those who voted with us and would like to stay with us, and those who for whatever reason did not vote with us. We will spare no effort in working hard to convince you and to demonstrate to you in an even more emphatic fashion than we have done in the past, that the People's Progressive Party remains the vastly superior alternative amongst all competing, if I might afford them that courtesy, amongst all competing political alternatives. Our manifesto spells out what we will do, and as my colleagues have said before me, Budget 2026 represents the first installment in the delivery of that manifesto. And the privilege is mine, sir, on behalf of the People's Progressive Party civic government, to thank everyone in this House who contributed to this debate. Not only my colleagues on this side of the House, but in fact, even those on that side of the House. To thank all of them for putting on display, once again, to the Guyanese people, why a vote for the People's Progressive Party civic is a vote for Guyana and for the Guyanese people. I am privileged, sir, to commend Budget 2020, to join my colleagues in commending Budget 2026 to this Honorable House. And at the appropriate time, sir, with your permission, I will be moving the relevant motions to secure its passage. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Honorable members, the debate has concluded today, Saturday, the 7th of February, 2026. Before we suspend, we will consider and dispose of the report of the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply. And this is on the allocation of time for the consideration of the 2026 estimates of expenditure by the Committee of Supply. We will now go into Committee of Supply for this purpose. Sergeant Arms will now put the mace below the table. And for the first time members going through their budget process, we're now going into Committee of the Whole, the Committee of Supply, to consider the allocation of time for each one of the heads, the ministries, and the report on those allocations by the Business Subcommittee has been circulated. So now the Assembly is in the Committee of Supply, and I wish to report that the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply, this committee, we met on Wednesday, the 4th of February, 2026. We considered the allocation of time for consideration of the 2006 estimates in this subcommittee and passed a resolution on this matter. As I've said, the copies of the minutes, resolution, and schedule have been circulated. I now call on the Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Singh, to move the necessary motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I now, sir, move that this committee doth agree with the Business Subcommittee in the said resolution. Thank you very much, sir.
And the details of which are included. I now put a question that the Committee of Supply approve of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. We have passed the resolution. Just want to draw your attention, I think one of the days we're going to go till 2 a.m. The Thursday. Well, we have allocated the time, we just can't consider it now. Let the assembly resume. So we're back in committee. Honorable members, at this hour, again, I want to congratulate the Honorable Senior Minister for his almost 9 hours and 35 minutes of presentations during these debates. This is a good time to take the suspension, and we return on Monday at 2 p.m. Have a safe trip home. Good night.
Thank you.